Good morning. It is now 10:17 a.m. on July 30th, 2021. Welcome to the San Marino Unified School District Board of Education special meeting. Here is your board president, Shelley Ryan.
Good morning and welcome. We are coming to you at 1151 Oxford Road in San Marino. You can join us virtually via Zoom at www.smusd.us/media. All meetings of the Board of Education are open to members of the public unless publicly noticed as a confidential closed session as allowed by the law, Education Code Section 35147. Members of the public may address the board as outlined in the public comments section of the agenda. The audio of all meetings is recorded, and a member of the public may be held liable for any slanderous or otherwise defamatory statements. In consideration of the board and members of the audience, please turn off or silence your cell phone while in the boardroom. The San Marino Unified School District encourages those with disabilities to participate fully in the public meeting process. If you need a disability-related modification or accommodation, including auxiliary aids or services to participate in the public meeting, contact the assistant to the superintendent at jdelatory@smusd.us or at 626-299-7000 extension 1310 at least 48 hours before the scheduled board meeting so that we may make every reasonable effort to accommodate you under government codes and Americans with Disability Act of 1990. Documents provided to a majority of the Board of Education regarding an open session item on this agenda will be made available for public inspection at the district office located at 1665 West Drive in San Marino during normal business hours. In addition, such writings and documents may be viewed on the district's website at www.smusd.us. We are opening the session at this time, and I'd like to call to order and ask everyone to stand and do the Pledge of Allegiance. Dr. Choi.
Place your hand over your heart. Let's begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please be seated. May I have an approval of the agenda? This is an action item.
I make a motion to approve the agenda, President Ryan.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Jack, and thank you, Mr. Chang. Under the public comments section, procedural item, the Board of Education has adopted Board Policy 9323B to ensure the public's right to be heard in any matters pertaining to the San Marino Unified School District. Persons who wish to provide public comment. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. See how efficient I am? All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Choi. I'd like to do roll call to interrupt myself. Mr. Kalaki, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Mr. Chang.
Aye.
Mrs. Chong.
Aye.
Mrs. Jack.
Aye.
Mrs. Ryan. Aye. Thank you so much. Persons who wish to provide public comment will have three options to submit public comments. You may submit through an online form. You may request to speak during the meeting through question and answer and phone dial-in, or you may request to speak during the meeting in person via the public comment card. You also may submit an online form. The public may submit public comments for the open or closed session on July 29th. From 11 a.m. through 3:30 p.m. The comments received during this time will not be read during the meeting, but will be provided to the Board of Education. At this time, there were no public comments received as of yesterday at 3:30. The request to speak during the meeting via question and answer and phone dial-in during public comment. The meeting will pause for 1 minute to take requests to speak. The pause hand function is used to take requests during the public comment period. For online attendees, press the raise hand icon to add yourself to the queue, and for phone attendees, dial *9. The speaking order will be determined based on the order of requests received. Individual speakers will be unmuted and called to speak. Finally, requests to speak during the meeting in person via the public comment card. Please complete the public comment card. Submit the completed card to the designated drop box with the assistant to the superintendent no later than when the agenda section closed session is called by the board president. Opportunities for public comment are offered prior to closed session for matters on the agenda. The Board of Education reserves the right to add a public comment period prior to any individual item on the agenda. 5 minutes may be allotted to each speaker, maximum of 20 minutes to each subject matter. However, in the event there are more than 4 speakers on the same subject matter, the board president retains the discretion to adjust and limit the time allocated to each speaker to ensure that all wishing to speak will be heard within the 20-minute allotment. And at this time, this is 5A, communication from the audience concerning matters on the closed session agenda may be heard at this time, but not responded to by the Board of Education. So I just open.
No, we want to make sure that we are taking public comments for open session items on the agenda.
Okay, on the open session of the agenda.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, President Ryan. We are pausing for 1 minute to take requests to speak regarding matters on the agenda. If you would like to speak, please press the raise hand icon, dial *9, or submit a public comment card. We have 30 seconds remaining. If you would like to make a request to speak regarding matters on the agenda, please press the raise hand icon, dial *9, or submit a public comment card. Okay, President Ryan, we have no requests.
Thank you, Dr. Choi. And so I'd like to open up now to number 6, board strategic planning. And this is a discussion item. The Board of Education will participate in a board strategic planning session. This will be facilitated by Angelina Pride from CS.
This is actually Sue Ann Evans on the Brown Act training.
Oh, okay. So I'm on the wrong page.
Okay, so President Ryan, members of the Board of Education, it is my pleasure to introduce you to Mrs. Sue Ann Salmon Evans. She is a managing shareholder from the firm DWK, and she is going to provide us with Brown Act training this afternoon. So I will turn it over to you, Mrs. Evans.
Thank you so much. And please feel free to call me Sue Ann. I know that's a broad name that's there, but I think you go by
Hi.
Sue Ann.
Welcome,
Thank you
welcome.
so much. I appreciate you welcoming me to your retreat. This is the Brown Act manual for each of you. It's not a top suite from our firm. It is a great summary of the Brown Act, and it has some really good, helpful information when you get stuck on something. Maybe it's 3 o'clock in the morning and you're not sure you want to call the lawyer. This has really good, helpful information for you.
All right, let's see. Are we doing this right? Oh, turn it on. There we go. Well, I'll tell you a little bit about what we're going to cover while I try and before I advance the slides. We'll talk a little bit about the intent of the Brown Act. I know some of you have a lot of experience with the Brown Act, but it's great to get that foundation because it helps as you think through issues on the Brown Act to remember sort of where it all started and what the intent of the law is. Then we'll talk about what a meeting is. That sounds pretty basic, right? But That's where we tend to get into trouble because Brown Act covers meetings. Sometimes we're in a meeting and we don't even know we're in a meeting. We're not sitting around a table. We might be at a restaurant. So it's good to know when you've crossed over into a meeting of the Board of Education. We'll talk about serial meetings, which is also something we have to be particularly careful of, and social media. So folks may know Brown Act's been around for a really long time, actually since 1953. So it did not anticipate the Insta and the Facebook and all the things that is really how we communicate today, right? So we have to sort of marry those two things. And the statute has tried to, or statutory scheme has tried to cover that and give us some guidance on how to do that. And we'll talk about some meeting rules and closed session and when you get to go into closed session. Now, I may go through some of this fairly quickly because of our time constraints. So don't be worried that I've listed all these things and we don't have time. So let's just cover really quick the foundation. Well, let's go right here. It's really to keep the public informed. We, as government officials, you serve the public, and as elected representatives, they're entitled to know your thinking around the issues that pertain to them. And the Brown Act also serves to help you as a governing board know how to properly meet and debate and act and listen and know what those parameters are. One, so that you're compliant with the law, but also so that you're acting to the benefit of your constituents. So we know it applies to a member of a legislative body. That's true even if the official has not been sworn in yet. And as soon as you're sworn in, regardless of DWK training or not, you are expected to know the ins and outs of the Brown Act. Now, I've had folks say, Brown board members say, I really hate the Brown Act. I mean, literally, I really hate it. Like, well, don't hate it. Make it your friend. If you understand it and how it works and what it's intended to do, you can communicate effectively. It doesn't have to interfere with that. So legislative bodies, certainly the Board of Education is subject to the Brown Act. Other committees, permanent or temporary, can be subject to the Brown Act. And any committee established by the board, formal action of the board, will be subject to the Brown Act. We'll talk about when there's an exception. Okay. So real quick on committees, because this can be a point of some confusion. Committees that are created by the board are subject to the Brown Act, unless they are what we call ad hoc, meaning they're temporary for a limited purpose, and their membership has less than a quorum of the board members. Now, for your board, a quorum is 3. Majority of the board is also 3. So you would, for an ad hoc, you might say, we're going to have this committee look at this important single issue for the next 3 months, and we're going to have 2 of our board members sit on that committee. That would not be a Brown Act committee. But some of your, what we call mini Brown Act committees, are things that you have often at school sites. Your school site council, English Learner Advisory Committee, migrant education, all of this list, those actually do fall within the Brown Act. And it's important for the same reason that people should be it should be transparent to your constituents, what's going on in each of those committees.
Man, I have a question about
Sure.
the committee.
Of course.
So we have an issue, so we have planning committee and like advisory or whatever.
Right.
Maybe somebody use that as an example. So we always, we have 2 school board members who are voted on to be on that committee, right? But we've had the issues where, other board members want to go to that committee
Right.
meeting.
Yeah.
And they, they sit on the side, but, it's an issue, right? Because then they all want to weigh in and all of that. So at times, right, before, and it's not this board, but in the previous boards that I've sat on, right, we've had like 4 board members sitting in on that committee,
Mhm.
not sitting in, two actually on the
On the
committee,
board
right?
committee, yeah.
And then the other two, sitting outside, sitting
In the
in
audience.
the audience. So, is that all right?
It's certainly all right for them to come and observe,
Okay.
but you're exactly right. The desire to engage is difficult to restrain, but that is not appropriate. That's where we cross over into a Brown Act violation. If the members of the board, now a majority of the board, are communicating on these issues that are the subject matter of your district board, then you step past the boundaries. Sorry, my glasses keep fogging up.
So that would be beyond, right, that would be a Brown Act violation. Also, I guess just the feeling, and I'm just asking this question, like, say they want to sit where the committee members are sitting, right? Again, and I'm sure it may not be, but it gives the appearance of, so I don't know the answer to that.
Your instincts are good. What we're trying with the Brown Act is to convey to the public that we are complying with the Brown Act, that we understand it, that we respect it, and that we're complying. So when there is that confusion just by perception, I wouldn't say you violated the Brown Act by doing that, but it certainly could lead to somebody being concerned about that, raising questions about that, maybe even filing a lawsuit, not understanding that distinction there.
Thank you.
Of course. And anyone, please do ask your questions as we go. So here's really the rub, right? A meeting. It's any congregation of the majority of the members to hear, discuss, or deliberate on any item within the subject matter jurisdiction of the legislative body. So you don't have to take an action, but you're all out to lunch. You decide, let's chat about how the Brown Act applies to the board and how we could do better at complying with the Brown Act. You've just violated Brown Act with all the best intentions, right? But because that is a matter for the board, it must be done in accordance with the notice and the opportunity for your public to hear and participate. So I'm going to go through this quickly. Really, I think you all know it's important to be open and in public, to have your debate there. Just listening to your opening comments, you understand that the meetings need to be accessible to all members of the public, that you cannot require any kind of payment. You actually can't even require people to identify themselves. You can request it, but requiring them to identify themselves is not required of that individual. They can refrain and they will still be able to participate and speak. Teleconference. So things are super interesting right now, or have been for the last year and a half, with our new way of holding meetings. Once we go back to the old way, teleconference will still be in play. This allows a board member who won't be able to be physically present to participate from wherever they may be. There are a lot of requirements that go along with this, including posting the agenda wherever that board member may be. And in theory, for the same period of time that it was posted at the district office, whether it's 72 hours for a regular meeting, 24 hours for a special meeting. That's not always easy to do, but that's really the idea behind this. And wherever that board member may be, it's usually on vacation at a hotel somewhere, right? They post it outside the room and have the room open, literally the door open and available to the public. I've never ever heard of anybody actually coming in, but it's an interesting concept. It's just to stay in line with that whole openness to the public on these issues.
I have a question on that.
Sure.
If we have a board member who's unable to attend, let's say that they have businesses they're conducting in Sacramento,
Right.
and they're staying that night, and it's a regular meeting, which would be posted for 72 hours. And they're not going to be there, 48 hours prior to.
Correct, yes.
The evening of the board meeting. So
Yes.
they're not going to be able to post that 72 hours in advance on their hotel room door. Is it permissible at that point for them to participate and engage in the regular scheduled meeting?
It is. What becomes more important is that your agenda that you've posted and what ultimately gets posted wherever that board member may be has that location and that information on it. And we know now that it has to be on the website. So in theory, anybody could click on the website and get that information.
Okay.
So I know that it's not so explicit in the law that you'd have to post in that way. It's certainly a conservative approach. So we try to accommodate that, but I would not say a board member couldn't participate if they can't quite meet that timeline. Yeah. And also teleconference, all your votes are by roll call. You've gotten used to that by now for sure. Now, COVID, it was interesting to me to listen to your opening and to read your agenda about your COVID accommodations. This is going to be going away fairly soon. We have until September 30th to process this way. And before we close out, I have some slides on some considerations that you might want to take into account on how you're going to handle after September 30.
So you're saying COVID has to end by September 30th?
Yes, that's exactly, and I know that it will, so. Lots of folks seem to think that the governor's order basically waived the Brown Act. That was a misconception. It's certainly the main components of having access to your public entity and the public meeting was still there. You had discretion to make some changes around how that happened, but again, transparency is a word you'll hear a lot today. And again, the meetings have votes by roll call. So what isn't a meeting? When can you all get together and not worry about getting into trouble, right? Well, really, anytime you're together, no matter what it is, if you start talking as a majority about the issues of the district, you're going to cross that line. But you can certainly go to places together, stay away from those conversations, like when you go to a conference, like CSBA is a perfect example, right? Certainly, it's all about district issues and things that you're going to be very much interested in as a group and individually. But that doesn't violate the Brown Act that you're all there, even if you're all there in the same session, that's okay. Your individual contacts and conversations, those are fine. You are public officials and it's expected that people are going to want to talk to you about these issues. There's no violation of the Brown Act in that. Social and ceremonial occasions, same thing. You can go to that Christmas party or whatever it may be, or the retirement recognition, and not worry about being in violation of the Brown Act.
Can I ask a question? So,
Sure.
for example, CSBA Masters in Governance course.
Yeah.
If 3 members are attending the same course, as long as they're not specifically talking about facts directly related to this district, but they're talking in general about governance or school finance, things like that, that's okay.
That's exactly right. Exactly. So you'd want to be, I guess, sensitive to the idea that you wouldn't want to give a super technical hypo of something that's actually happening in your district to get a response to that. Having done those presentations, I do get a lot of hypos, but we try and broaden them when we respond, right? Because in that way, you are sort of communicating something. But remember, when we'll get more into this, the mere fact that you say something in front of your other board members in that setting isn't the problem. It's when you start communicating about your positions and thinking on an issue, right? That's when we start to step over the line. You can also, of course, go to other meetings, like the County Office of Education. You may be interested in an issue there. I've not seen an entire board go to a County Office of Ed meeting, but I certainly have seen board members go and speak. And those are issues that are very specific to the district, but that's okay. You're allowed to do that. So agenda requirements, the Brown Act manual we give you has a ton of information on the agenda requirements. It might seem a little bit of maybe a clerical issue, but it's very important because you as board members are the ones that are sort of responsible if there's something that is discussed that's not properly agendized. So a regular meeting requires 72 hours of notice, 24 hours for a special meeting. We know now that the law requires us to post that information on the website so it's accessible to our public. And then we still mail or email. You may have a list of folks like your local news media that may be interested in making sure they're getting all the agendas and things. So,
When you say mail, but we're not talking about snail mail, we're talking about email, right?
well, you know,
Because if
It-
it's 24-hour notice, that's
precisely,
most of our USPS may not get.
absolutely, well, especially in the last year plus, right? No, you're absolutely right. The intent is to get the notice out. Posting it is the most important piece, even for your news media, right? You'll let them know, but it's also available on the website. They can go and get more details that way. But yes, I agree. Email is,
So we could change
Appropriate.
that to mail,
yes,
right? I mean,
it's
email,
pretty old school.
right? So
yeah.
I just want to change that. I don't want to look back and go, oh.
No, that's right. That's right. And again, the 2019 changes really made a difference for how that works because it's all up on your website and accessible. So a few things that are important for the agenda, make sure you specify whether it's a regular or special meeting. Remember, with special meetings, all public comment may only be taken on the subject matter of that special meeting. So a regular meeting, you can hear comments as long as they're related to the district business, but they may not be agendized matter. That's appropriate. Special meeting has to be very specific. Now, the start time, we always post a start time. Some boards, although I'm not seeing this in a long time, I've not seen this, where they sort of lay out on their agenda what time they expect each item to come up. We don't recommend that because if you put a time, you cannot start that discussion before that item or before that time. So don't limit yourselves that way. I mean, frankly, I'm not sure that boards ever really get ahead of the schedule. There's usually a lot to cover. But that said, you know, you don't want to be waiting around for that purpose. But if you have an open session or a closed session that starts at 5, your open session's at 7, you finish your closed session at 5:30 or 6 o'clock, you still must wait until 7 o'clock to initiate your open session. So agenda descriptions, there are a few cases on this. This is something that's gotten attention over the years. A brief general description. It is not some detailed explanation, but it's just enough to give your public enough information to decide whether this is an issue they want to listen to, hear about, or speak to. And this is always an interesting question, you know, what documents do we have to post? Your backup documents or board reports are not required to be posted, but if you all as a board have received them within 72 hours of the meeting, and assuming they're public records anyway, then they must be made available to the public, not necessarily at the board meeting, but if you're requested, then it's produced the next day or even before the meeting if somebody makes a timely request. So there's a few situations, and we don't usually spend a lot of time on this, but emergency is something that's actually kind of been a thing in recent years. So you can actually consider items on the agenda only in these limited circumstances. If there's an emergency issue, it requires a majority vote of the board. And again, it has limited application that we'll speak to. Or you need to take immediate action on something that arose after the agenda posted. And this requires 2/3 vote. And of course, if you're unanimous, if less than 2/3 of the board are present. In our best recommendation, best practice, we try and use a special meeting in lieu of doing a add to an agenda of a regular meeting under these provisions, because it gives more information and is more available to the public. So when here are a few other areas, of course, you can, as board members, you can ask for clarification. You can make a brief announcement. It's always nice to hear from the board members and their school site visits or other things that you've been doing in Sacramento. They can ask the staff to report back, bring back an issue for a future agenda. And there is the opportunity to respond to public comments that are made during public testimony. I will say that, remember, this is your meeting and it has a very specific purpose. You're trying to accomplish the business that's on the agenda. So sometimes that the brief response can turn into kind of a back and forth that may end up disrupting your meeting. So I'm not saying don't do it. I just think it's important to be careful about how you're engaging with the public during this period of time. So back to the emergency meetings, work stoppage, crippling activity which severely impairs public health, safety, or both, disaster. So pandemic, certainly Bill checked all those boxes. But prior to the pandemic, there hasn't been a lot of opportunities to use this. So that's how sort of limited it is in its application. And again, the special meeting is a great way to address issues that you weren't able to get onto your regular meeting agenda. And you probably know this, but you can line up your special meeting with your regular meeting so that they're heard in conjunction. So action, we know, is decision by a majority of the board. It's really any kind of collective commitment. That's sort of a gray area when you're thinking about, did we just take action in closed session when we were discussing how to handle X? But it's actual vote by majority. So not all the things you do, for example, in closed session, when you give direction on a case or how you want the case to proceed. That's not action within the meaning of this. If you agree on a settlement and the settlement is complete, meaning it's already signed off by the other party and the document is final, in that case, that's an action that you would report out. And that document would be made available to the public at that point. It's a unique situation because if it's still like, yes, we agree to this settlement, but the other side hasn't quite accepted it, or you've made some proposed changes to the terms, then it's not a final action and nothing for you to report out. So do you all have student members on your board? So this is interesting to me because I don't see districts really necessarily follow this, but student board members are supposed to vote before the board members. They're not included in the tally, but I think it's kind of interesting that they felt that was necessary, that that students should vote before they know what your votes will be. Kind of interesting. I'm not suggesting somebody's going to sue you over that.
Yeah.
You know? but it is, for some reason, it's called out.
Well, it makes sense that way you wouldn't have a student feel like they're being
Feel-
pressured into voting a certain way.
Yeah,
Or board
yeah.
members voted a certain way.
I do understand it. I think that's exactly right. I am so, well, this is a sidebar, but the student board members, I'm so impressed by their willingness and their, their ability to take that on. Such a grown-up thing to do. So public rights, we do know that our public members of the public have a right to place things on the agenda. We get a lot of questions about this. Some districts have folks that want to put things on the agenda all the time. You have a board bylaw that actually addresses this, and that's 9322. And it specifies that it has to be in writing and it has to be at least 1 week before the meeting. Then it's up to the board president and superintendent to decide if the proposed agenda item is appropriate. Is it within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board? And then the question is this appropriate for an open session or a closed session? You still control your agenda. Now, this will lead to things getting put on the agenda, some things that you're not particularly interested in or feel that you need to address at a given time. It's still on your agenda. Do you have an obligation to speak to it? No. If it's an action item, do you have to take action on it? No. But it is something important to, I don't mean to downplay the right of the public, but again, it's your meeting and you frame it and you have the issues that you've identified that are important. That said, if you're getting requests from the public and it's not sort of a consistent request over and over, it should tell you something, that there's something that's brewing, right? You can take some information about that and lean into that, listen to it, and chat about it. But it doesn't mean you have to take a particular action. Sometimes these requests come with a request for specific action. Public rights, they do have a right to comment on anything, assuming it's a regular meeting. And again, if it's a special meeting, it's limited. They don't have a right to be disruptive. So you've probably all heard about the case where the guy came in and he dumped the trash on the floor and he had a First Amendment right to do that. And that was very appropriate for him to do. And the court said, no, that is too much. That is disruptive. They had to close the meeting to deal with it. Does that mean that you have to wait until somebody is dumping trash? Not necessarily, but it does tell us that that we have to be careful. We can't, if somebody's saying something we don't like, that is hard to take, particularly when it's pointed, but that's part of what it is to sit on the board and be in the public administration. So we don't get to close a meeting for those reasons. But when people are getting aggressive and you're worried, certainly. So serial meetings, we've talked about how important it is not to speak outside a notice meeting. Serial meetings happen when let's say I'm not the lawyer, I go to each of you and I ask you for your thoughts on, the burning issue of the day. And then I go to the next board member and say, so-and-so thinks this, do you think that too? And then I've gone around and I've asked all of you, and you now know what others are thinking. And all of a sudden we have deliberation by these serial meetings. That doesn't mean your superintendent can meet with you and give you information and share background on whatever issues are going on or going to be on the agenda. Where the line is crossed is where we start talking about what other people are thinking about that same issue. That's the deliberation that our public gets to see. So serial meetings, that can be telephone. We'll get into the social media stuff, email, electronic mail. Who even says that? Facsimile, people use faxes anymore. And the internet. Any kind of communications through an intermediary, human or electronic. That's not a typo, that's real. So email messages, certainly appropriate for me to send you all a message, important update on something that's gone on. What I often sign my emails with is do not reply all. Because when we reply all, and one board member says, well, what about X, Y, and Z? And then another board member says, well, I think X, Y, and Z. Then we've started deliberating on an issue before the board. And that would be appropriately in closed session if it's a privileged communication. You can talk with your fellow board members individually, can't go past 2. So you get to pick one, basically, to chat about the issues, but you can't go past that because then again, we've crossed over into a majority. So internet chat rooms and blogs, all the social media that we've gotten so used to. Like I said, we're not in place in 1953 when this whole thing came about. So there's been changes in the law recently to clarify that board members are not to engage on the subject matter within your role as a board member. So anything within the subject matter jurisdiction of the district, in a chat room, on social media, where another member has posted. Okay, so frankly, I recommend not posting at all, because you may not recognize your other board member's Gmail account or something that, and they've been on there, and now all of a sudden you've got communications that are a violation. So again, we talked about this. You can engage in separate conversations. You have to limit the number of people you're talking to. Also, written legal advice, email legal advice, that is not a meeting. There have been some allegations around that in the past, some challenges around that. That is not a meeting. You are absolutely entitled to get your legal advice. Other communications that are permitted, again, the superintendent's report, private briefings for less than a quorum of the board. So the superintendent can meet with 2 board members together and give background. Again, we just can't be crossing over and saying, oh, and I'm going to talk to another 2, and then I'm going to tell you what they said. You get it. That's all considered deliberation. So AB 992, this is the new law. It does allow for districts to answer questions, to provide information, to solicit information from your public. It's actually a fantastic way to reach a lot of people and get input. But that's really what it's about, is input rather than output. And again, this is getting a little bit repetitive, but if you see that somebody has posted, you cannot respond to that. And that can be really frustrating. As a board, you're certainly entitled to have your own policy on the use of social media and how board members will or won't engage on social media. And we've seen some policies like that. So yes, you can use social media unrelated to your board business. You like boats and you're on the Facebook boat group, you have at it. You can use social media, again, to solicit information from your members of the public. We're interested in input on our facilities master plan. That's district related, but you're asking for input and not putting out an opinion or a statement on your position. You're not to directly respond to any communication from another member regarding board business, and you have to avoid what is otherwise permissible use of social media if it turns into a discussion. So you're on the boat group on Facebook, and suddenly your other board members on there too. They heard that you really liked it. I don't know. And you start talking about how great it would be to have a boat program in the district. All of a sudden, you're, again, best intentions, thinking you're not doing anything related to district business, but you've crossed over into talking about an issue related to how the district operates. So this section's on parliamentary procedure. We do get a lot of questions around, does it apply? Do we have to do it? Where are all these old words? If you've seen what those parliamentary procedures read like. I did look at your board bylaws, and it's kind of interesting because 9121 says that the board president will rule upon parliamentary procedures, but I didn't find any other reference to the procedures, for example, which specific rules you're going to use for that, which isn't necessary. So we give sort of basic procedures to go through, but really the important thing is it's not as though you have to operate every meeting under the requirements of Robert's rules. Where it can be particularly helpful is where you have a meeting that it's your ability to really control a meeting. It's if there's a lack of civility, the public is in an uproar over some issue, having the procedures in place can keep the meeting moving forward, which is your goal. So pretty basic, right? You adopt a motion, trustee makes a motion, another trustee seconds the motion, and the chair states the question on the motion. Then you have your public speak, unless you have the public speak at the beginning of the meeting. You have, at that point, you have the public speak to the pending motion, the issue. Then there's debate. And then the president puts the question to a vote. And that seems pretty basic, and we certainly see this routinely in our meetings, but even having this framework can really help a meeting progress. So another parliamentary procedure has to do with reconsideration. This is another question we get pretty routinely. A motion to reconsider can only be made by a trustee who voted on the quote unquote winning side of that issue. So I lost on my vote. What I wanted didn't pass. I'd really like the board to reconsider it. I don't have the ability to process just initiate a reconsideration. I have to ask one of the board members who voted in favor of whatever passed. Yes.
This is within the same meeting or like on a motion that was made on a previous meeting?
The motion to reconsider is only at the same meeting. Yes. Yeah. So Robert's rules, the idea is, even though if you've ever looked at Robert's rules, I'm not kidding, the language is pretty old school. But the idea is that you're really not trying to use it to be strict or to limit the public participation, but rather to control a meeting and ensure that you're able to do the important business of the district.
We just have a few more minutes.
Okay, we're almost there. Yes, I didn't even, yes. Okay, really quick on this one, because this is still kind of an open question. We do see a lot of board members emailing and texting either to each other or to members of the public that may or may not be in the meeting. So our view of it is that this is not allowed because it's a form of deliberation on a matter that is before the board in the meeting. And so the deliberation is supposed to happen in public, both your thoughts as board members and the public's thoughts as somebody who may be texting you to, hey, this is what I think about X, right? And here's some citation for you of the Brown Act, but this is also something that you can regulate as a board. If you have concerns about it, if it's an issue. But the idea is, again, that all of these things should be open to the public. And if you're having thoughts and exchanges with folks that aren't in the room, then that's not really available to the public. And this part you'll love. They're probably public record. So when somebody says, hey, I think the board member was emailing or texting, I want a copy of those texts, they can ask for that. And if those texts relate to public discourse, not your private stuff, but district business, then they are entitled to copies of that. So it's important to keep that in mind as well. And that's the San Jose case that came out a couple of years ago. All right, so closed session, limited access to closed session. I'm just going to say, really encourage you to use the safe harbor provisions. We have them in our Brown Act book. So I would I'm not going to go through all of them, but they are all listed as quote unquote safe harbor. And if you use the language that is in the safe harbor provision, then you have quote unquote substantially complied with the law, and that will protect you from a violation, a liability for violation. Oh, whoop. Oh goodness. Well,
Wow.
thank
okay.
you. There were a couple of slides on just reopening and some of the things to consider as you go about reopening, like, you know, we have this idea that everybody has to come, but will that actually give everybody access? Because there are still folks that aren't ready to come out and be in public for the reasons we're all wearing masks, right? And I need to thank you because this is my first in-person training in over a year, like a year and a half. So thank you for bringing me out of my hibernation, I guess.
Welcome back to the real world.
Yeah, thank you.
And if you have any questions on the Brown Act,
Mhm.
we can certainly reach out to you.
Absolutely. My contact information is there on in the PowerPoint, and I would love to answer any questions you have.
If you have any questions, maybe we can tell. So we'll send it to you, and then you'll forward it on to.
Absolutely. That would be wonderful. Yes. Okay,
Excellent.
Suzanne, thank you so very much for your
Thank
time.
you. Thank you. It was really a pleasure to be with you today.
Yeah, I think, just for the couple minutes, if you want to leave the ladies room, the men's room, if you want to get grab a cup of coffee, Angelina's going to be coming in. And we're going to launch right into her presentation.
You can go this way.
So President Ryan, members of the Board of Education, we have with us Mrs. Angelina Pride. And Angelina Pride has served on the board of Roland Unified School District from 2013 to 2021. She completed the Master's in Governance training in 2014 and later participated in several other CSBA trainings. Pride has worked for Mount San Antonio College under the School of Continuing Education. She's done this for over 24 years, so very experienced. She has served as a coordinator of workforce training and development, coordinator of adult basic education, and is currently the director of off-campus high school. She also serves as an adjunct faculty member. Her experience working with K-12 school districts has enhanced her ability to understand the challenges and rewards that school districts face from the inside out. Pride is also an active member of the Los Angeles County School Trustees Association, LACSTA. So President Ryan may know her from LACSTA. This is an organization of school board members that provides training and information to Los Angeles County trustees, and she currently serves as the vice president of that organization. She has also participated in the National School Boards Association advocacy. And with that, I will turn it over to Angelina Pride.
Okay, so thank you guys for being here. Your being here today just shows your commitment to having a strong governance team and continuing to move your district forward every year with all the constant changes that are happening in education. So I want to thank you for taking the time out. I know we all have crazy schedules, but it's worth it to have the time like this just to refresh our memories on some things, talk about some new things, which we're going to do after lunch, and just get back on track. So I'm appreciative that you guys are allowing me to be here. So obviously, in the interest of time, we're going to have to modify our agenda just a little bit. So if you guys look at your agenda, we have our welcome and introductions, of course, and their meeting guidelines. What I always ask is during lunch, do you guys want to work through lunch, take a break, get food, come back to the table and keep working? I am totally okay with everyone eating while we talk, if that's okay with you guys, however you want it.
Especially with the time. Okay, we'll go with the working lunch.
Okay, great. And then my other question is always, how do you prefer to be addressed? I prefer Angelina. I'm simple, but I know some people prefer to be more formal, and I'm okay with that. Are you guys comfortable with first names? With us addressing each other first names? Okay, I like to ask. One of the things that I'm going to eliminate, and it's an exercise that I usually do at these workshops, I'm going to eliminate it today, but Linda, I will email it to you so that you can have them do it maybe before your next board meeting or something. And that's the working styles. I don't think it's as important when I look at the rest of the agenda, things that we want to get through. So that one I'm going to go ahead and eliminate. And then there's some things, since you just had a training on the board Brown Act, so I'm going to eliminate some of those parts and skip over some of that as well to try to make up for time, to make sure that we really get a chance to talk about what's very, very, very important today. Are you guys okay with that? Okay, so then with that, we'll get started. So real quick, just so that I do know who's in the room, I see your name tags, but if you guys can just quickly tell me your name, how long you've been on the board. So we'll start with you, Shelley.
So I'm Shelley Ryan. I'm the board president this year, and I have been on the board for 8 years.
Great.
My name is Jane Chon, and I was just recently elected in December.
Right.
I'm Joseph Chen. I'm being served for 20 years.
20 years. Wow, you're the one I heard about, the long time board member.
And I'm Mike Flacky, and I was appointed about 5 to 6 weeks ago.
Oh, one of our newbies. Welcome, Mike.
I'm Jennifer Delacorte, and I'm the assistant superintendent.
Okay.
Good night, I'm Linda Richter, the Executive Director of Curriculum and Instruction for the school district.
Nice to meet you as well. Linda, we've talked like 50,000 times.
Yes,
I
we
feel like.
have. We're old friends now.
Yeah.
But I have been with the school district for 32 years, but I'm currently serving as the acting superintendent.
Yeah, and that's an impressive career with one school district.
Thank you.
And we just met, I'm Steve Choi, I'm the Chief Technology Officer.
Okay, great. So we're missing one board member.
Yes, she's going to join by via Zoom.
Oh, that's
So
right.
she just had to go home and she will join us very shortly.
Perfect.
Yes.
Okay, all right, then let's get started. So then I gave you all several handouts. So we're just going to jump right into this. So let's start with the first, the staple handout, the one that talks about unity of purpose. So just to give you an overview really quickly about what this first part of the day is going to look like, this is going to be a review for us on what makes a strong governance team. Why is it important to have a strong governance team? What components make it up? What's the board and superintendent relationship? We'll also be talking about board bylaws. And then we'll go through the governance handbook just to see if there's any updates or changes that any of you feel need to be made. And that's something, that's a living document, your governance handbook. It's a living document because as things in curriculum and instruction and the board changes and the superintendents change, it changes. So we want to make sure we have time to look through that. But let's go ahead and jump into this first about the unity of purpose. So people always ask, and if you've been through any of the CSBA workshops, you've heard this term unity of purpose a lot. And people say, well, what does that mean? And it's a governance system about how the school board and the superintendent need to work together and how it needs to be a unified team, a cohesive team, and how there has to be a shared vision and moral imperative in order to make it work. Mahatma Gandhi, I love this quote by him because he said, unity to be real must stand the severest strain without breaking. And that's what you guys have to think of when you look at your team and see, is it unified? Do we have a unity of purpose? Are we all on the same page? Do we all want the same thing for our district right now at this time? And what you want for your district is going to change. I don't think any of us a year and a half ago thought that we would want more masks and hand sanitizers and thermometers, but there we are. So we need that thing. But the unity of purpose is what holds your board together and helps you to function as a team. Now, you guys have been through a lot of transitions this year on your board. In addition to all of the COVID stuff going on, your board has taken a lot of changes, and then the superintendent position. So you all are back to being a brand new governance team. You are, I mean, really, really new. Like Michael said, you've been here, it's 8 weeks, 6 weeks, 6 weeks, yeah. So you guys are a totally new governance team. That means that we have new personalities coming on. We have new ideas, we have new thoughts, new input, and all of that is going to play a role in how you interact with one another as a board. So it's critical that we have this time to talk about where we want to be together and get on the same page, because it's hard. And with COVID right now, it's been very, very hard because even as you brought in new members like Jane, who came in November, she still hasn't had the opportunity to interact with everyone the way we would in a traditional situation. Shelley, I'm sure you could think back to when you were first elected to the board, and when I was first elected to my board, I had that opportunity to walk in before board member meetings and chat with people and, get to know them and we have more, time together, face-to-face time at the conference and things, the annual education conference and places like that. But on Zoom, it's kind of hard to get to know people, and just talking through email or text is very hard to get to know people. So I'm thankful that we're in person today. And I have to tell you guys are my guinea pig. This is my first in-person workshop since COVID. So you guys are, be patient with me if I mess up because this feels all new. I feel like I should be pressing buttons. But so we wanted to make sure we have that unity of purpose and everybody understands what their role is as a board member and as a superintendent. So if you go to the next page, one of the things we talked about is the moral imperative. And the moral imperative is just as important as the unity of purpose because it's part of it. And it's that value, that principle, that belief, that goal. What do you guys see as your vision for your district? It has to be the same. When you look at what you want to do as you're moving forward, and you say, okay, we want to support our students, or somebody else might say, no, mine is facilities, and somebody else might say, no, mine is making sure we have the best teachers. Whatever it is, we have to come to an agreement on an annual basis pretty much, and that's what our afternoon will be, is thinking about that agreement of what we want to work on now, what we want to work on first, so that our moral imperative, what we believe is most important, is the same, because that's going to help our unity of purpose as well. So with that being said, what do you guys think should the moral imperative of your governance team be right now at this moment? If you had to pick one thing for your moral imperative, Michael, I'm going to start with you since you're the newbie. What would you pick?
The safety and best education for every child.
Great. And Joseph?
Yeah, because we are public school district, so I will consider all the kid benefit. Yeah.
Okay. And then Jane?
I would concur with my other two board members. The priorities are the students and meeting their needs and the public schools.
Thank you. And Shelley?
So for me, it's a little more specific in regards to the students. So it's the continuing the academic growth and addressing potential areas for improvement, but also looking really at professional development for our teachers. They've had to sustain a lot, and so we need to make sure that we have things in place to support their work.
Great, thank you. And Linda?
I think we have a moral imperative to, first and foremost, in this current environment, provide a safe learning environment, a clean learning environment, a healthy learning environment. And then I think we have a moral imperative to provide the absolute best education to each and every student with varying needs. And I think that we also need to pay attention to their social emotional wellness in this current climate.
Absolutely. Great, thanks. So it sounds like you guys are all on the same page. And so this afternoon, we'll be narrowing that down to see, how we can structure that to then come up with some goals and how we will move forward to try to meet those goals. And, there's a gentleman, Immanuel Kant, who is the one who came up with the theory of moral imperative. And he said, live your life as though your every act were to become universal law. And that's what you all have to do. When you're making the decisions that are going to impact these students, these teachers, this staff, you need to take into consideration, okay, this is going to be permanent. This is like a law that I'm making. Am I making the right decision for everyone involved? So keep that in mind as we move forward for this afternoon. So before we go to the governance handbook, there's a few more things that I want to cover, just give a quick overview of. And one of them is the school district governance. What exactly is it? And I give you this page because if any of you, like I said, have been to any of the CSBA trainings, you know that this is one that we use on a regular basis. And it's that locally elected school board members provide citizen oversight of the community schools and protect the public's interest in preserving a free and equitable public education system in the United States. That's the basic. The second part, when governing effectively, Jane, can you go ahead and read that one for me, please?
When governing effectively, school boards ensure success for all students by making decisions that fulfill legal mandates and align district systems and resources to ensure long-term fiscal stability of the district.
Let's stop there for just a minute and address this. I know that you've all recently passed the parcel tax. Congratulations. And you did that for what? To ensure long-term fiscal stability of your district. That's what you did. And then you guys are making sure that you're moving forward with all the legal mandates, because right now, even though we're kind of, in limbo with the COVID thing, we're out one minute, we're back in the next minute, things are constantly changing. So you constantly have to change to make sure you're meeting legal mandates as they come down from the CDC or from the LA County Health Department or wherever else we are getting our information and our direction from these days. So that's important part of it. But all of these systems have to work together in order to be effective. And all of them have to make sure, we have to make sure that they fit into our district. One thing I've learned from working with CSBA, and I knew this, already, but seeing it up close and personal, is that every school district is so different. The only thing that's the same about the school districts I have worked with is that they have children enrolled in the classes. Everything else is different. I've worked with a rural district recently with an enrollment of only 2,000 students. And that was from kindergarten through 12. And how they do things, it was very shocking to me. But after I was talking to them, I understood why they needed to do it that way and why it worked. We talked about school hours, transportation issues to getting the kids to school during COVID and things like that. And so it's totally understandable. I worked with another school district up in the Bay Area who had an enrollment of over 25,000 students and how they did things was very different. So no matter what our districts look like, we have to make these things fit into our district. Linda, you want to read the in order to govern?
Boards must act collectively and openly, be guided by community interests, and informed by recommendations of the superintendent and professional staff.
And this one is super important because, and you guys will hear me come back to this one a lot. When we run for election, it's very different than once we get on the board. When we're a candidate, we can pretty much say and do whatever we want, and we can make different promises and everything. But when we come into, I love the quote from Hamilton, the room where it happens. Once we're in the room where it happens, we have to then educate ourselves and we have to find out, okay, what's really going on? Why is this like this? Because my perception from the outside was this. Tell me, is that a true perception? And if not, why not? And why is this a perception of other people in the community? So this is where we start to learn and get more information about what's happening in the district. And it's important as board members that we educate ourselves. It's important as the superintendent that she takes the time to educate all of you on that. And it's important that there's trust between the two. The superintendent has to trust that if you guys have a question about anything that comes up, you're going to come to her and ask. And then you all have to trust that if something comes up, the superintendent will keep you alerted. There's that no surprise rule on both sides. I know I would hate when I found out things from a community member and I would immediately stop whatever I was doing and call the superintendent and say, hey, I just heard about X, Y, and Z. I have not heard anything about this from you. Sometimes she didn't know about it yet. And other times she was like, I was typing a message as you called, or, I had a meeting and I was going to get to the board after the meeting or, and let you guys know. But there has to be that two-way street for communication and for working together. Also, you guys as a board have to trust that your superintendent and cabinet are giving you the best information available, the best information possible. This is extremely important when it comes to your budget and when it comes to negotiations. Those are two where the communication and the information has to be constant, and you have to feel confident in what you're being told, because that affects the fiscal solvency of your district. But then there's also the education side of it, the instruction side of it. As we come out of online learning, how are we going to transition? How are we going to make sure that our students are getting what they need now? Both Shelley and Linda both addressed the social emotional part of it. How are we going to make sure that our students are okay? I don't want the superintendent to just say, oh, trust me, they're fine. Yeah, I saw some of them the other day. If they're they're fine. I want information. How do we know they're fine? What did we do to see if they're fine? What kind of checks did we put in? Checks and balances to determine that. You want full information. And if both sides do their part and provide each other with the right information and ask the right questions, then that's going to build your governance team to make it stronger and healthier and help you guys work together better. Any questions about this part of it? Okay, so let's go to the next one. Now this one is our little wave circle where we talk about the responsibilities, and this board and superintendent relationship is an important one. Remember, when we look at the org chart, it's the board first, and then there's the superintendent below the board. You two have to work together cohesively, and you have to have a good, strong relationship. But also, just like here with that yellow and that blue, we have to remember where the lines are drawn and what our role is as a board member and what her role is as a superintendent. And we have to make sure we don't cross those lines, not from either side. So remember, the first role of this responsibility of the board is to set direction. You guys come in and you say, this is what we want. This is what we see based off of information we've received from presentations at board meetings from cabinet and in our Friday letters and everything else. This is what we want right now to see happen. Then it's the superintendent's job to take that information to cabinet and figure out how that's going to happen and put it into action. The next part is we establish structure. We have the unity of purpose and the norms and protocols that we're going to talk about in a second here. We have to make sure that we have structure within our organization. There is nothing worse than the public seeing a board that they feel is dysfunctional or that they feel is not doing their job. That will ruin the perception of a whole entire school district, no matter what the test scores say. That will happen. We had a time when I first got elected, and Jane, you were in our orientation for new trustees training, and I talk about my first year in office, and I always start by telling people it was pure hell. It was crazy. And the community was all up in arms when I got elected. And so going into that board, then I became one of those people they were angry at. And, we had to try to figure out, okay, make sure that we're looking good, because they're judging all of our schools based upon what they've seen from the board and the superintendent. So we have to make sure that we establish that strong structure. Number 3, we create a supportive environment. It's hard sometimes because, especially right now, I was sitting in my car listening to the news, and while I was waiting for your workshop to wrap up, and there all the different perspectives on the mask mandates, from going back to school. Some are for it, some are against it, and everybody has their reason, and everybody's arguing and fighting about it at school board meetings right now. And so we have to say, how can we create a supportive environment for both sides? How can we create that supportive environment in our district for our students? Because the students have an opinion on it too, usually comes from mom or dad, but they have an opinion on it too of whether or not they're comfortable wearing a mask. So we have to be respectful of that and work together as a team to determine how do we create that supportive environment. And it comes through our words and our actions and our deeds. And if you guys as a board decide, hey, we have to comply with this. This is, the mandate. And there's one or two board members who think, well, I don't really agree with the mandate, and they go out and they start posting or talking to people. That fractures your board. If you as a governance team say, we're going to follow this because this is the law of the land right now, then whether you personally agree with it or not, you have to be on board and you have to do it. We ensure accountability. Part of that is the financial accountability of the district, and part of that is the instructional part of the district. And that's also with the superintendent. And how do you create accountability for the superintendent? Through the evaluation. And how do you evaluate the superintendent? Based upon the goals that you come up with. And we're going to work on goals this afternoon. You can't just say, well, we didn't give you any goals, but we're going to do your evaluation anyway, and we're just going to evaluate you on whatever we thought, or whether we thought you meant something or did something we liked. There's 5 people. She has 5 people that are her boss. So she has to have specific goals of what you guys are going to evaluate her on. And so she knows what exactly she needs to be doing in order to meet your expectations. So, but in addition to that, the board also must evaluate themselves. And one of the things I tell every board I work with, you need to do a board self-evaluation every single year. And that's because you need to see where you are at. You guys might think, oh, everybody agrees, everybody's on the same page. And then you do that board self-evaluation, which is confidential. The one through CSBA is confidential, and everybody puts in their responses, and you get it back and you're like, whoa, I didn't know people thought like that. But it also helps you to address any issues or problems that are coming up. So just like you evaluate the superintendent, you 5 need to evaluate yourself as well. And I recommend again that you do that once a year. Right now, you have a very new board. I would not do a board self-evaluation until probably after the new year. Give the new board members time to get acclimated and get, you guys are transitioning back to being on campus, and there's so much other stuff going on. Now is not a good time, because most people would be like, I don't know, I'm not sure. You have a whole bunch of people checking, I'm not sure. But in the spring, I would recommend that you guys do a board self-evaluation and see where the board is at. Yes, Jane?
Would it be helpful to set goals though, in anticipation of knowing what that evaluation might be?
Your goals are going to be the same goals as the superintendent, because when you set her goals, the goals that you give to her, you guys are the ones who are going to provide the support and the resources to help her meet those goals. So let's say that you tell her, our goal is for you to build a brand new elementary school. And she says, okay, that's my goal. I need, $10 million to do it. And you say, yeah, we're not going to give you that. We're going to give you 4. You figure it out. That's not a realistic goal. So you guys have to set the goals, and then you support her in reaching those goals. But the other thing that the board self-evaluation does, because it is for the board and it does not include the superintendent, sorry, we leave you out of that one, is that it looks at like the relationship between board members as well. How do you guys feel like people come to the meeting prepared? Do you feel like people are, following the board bylaws and following your norms and your protocols that ask about things like that? So then that opens up dialogue to have a conversation about those things if there are some fractures. Yes, Joseph.
Usually for the superintendent, after we evaluate annually, so then we both parties they revisit and then set up the goal for the next year.
Right.
For the new superintendent, when is the time we have to set up the goal?
Well, since
otherwise, the new superintendent without for informing, then then if no communicate, then the probably just doing the own way. But then after 6 months, then first party say the.
Well, right now, so Linda is your interim superintendent, and even though she's interim, she still has to have goals and she still has to have an evaluation. So today, when we come up with the goals, right now, her goals are, let's get schools back open, get these kids back in the classrooms. They're pretty basic, pretty straightforward. But once we come up with these goals today, then you as a board will say, okay, yes, we agree. This is what we want her to focus on. And from that point on, those are her goals that you will evaluate her on when you do her evaluation. I don't know what your time frame is, and I don't need to know for, you guys don't have to disclose any of that today, but whatever your time frame is for hiring a permanent superintendent, then once the permanent superintendent is hired, be it Linda or someone else, then you will have to meet with them at some point, I would say within at least 2 months of them coming on board, and then tell them, okay, we're going to continue with these goals, and this is where we're at with these goals. Or if it's time for you to set new goals, then you will set new goals for that individual.
In chair for the last superintendent, not necessarily show the evaluation, but I mean actually we always have an expectation for the last superintendent when we do an evaluation, like some the issue or the matter they consider is not finished, so we want to make sure continue.
Yeah, but are they, when you think about that, as we talked this afternoon, one of the things I want you to keep in mind is, do those goals still apply to today's situation of where you're in your district right now? And we'll talk about that this afternoon. So keep that in mind. And when we move into talking about the goals this afternoon, then maybe you can bring up some of the goals that you had for the previous superintendent that weren't met yet. And then you guys as a board can determine if you want to give those to Linda or if you want to move on to something new because of where we are right now as a district. So you can decide.
Sorry, may I just share an example?
Absolutely.
I believe Ms. Chong asked the question regarding the goals, and Lena helped me here because she's my expert in the room regarding this. So just an example, let's just create an example. I would like to see instruction be aligned with standards. Now, it seems kind of simple, right? But really, you have to look at the entire scope of what you're asking the superintendent to do. So have we created professional development for our staff? Because you can say, oh, it's an easy ask, right? We just want to do this. And then if we've created professional development and we've aligned that for our staff, then also does the staff have time throughout the day or throughout the week to meet and collaborate on that? So to research, to create, to rehome, to evaluate, to come back and rediscuss and reevaluate, and then to tweak it, hone it, and then to bring it back. Because this process is quite an elaborate one, and it has to be built in. Like, you can't just assume, well, you know, after you've put in 8 hours in the day, go ahead and you know, meet somewhere and do that. To be intentional, you have to put resources at the superintendent's disposal. It's not as simple as just align all the standards with the curriculum. So if you want to improve curriculum or instruction or a professional development, all of those have to be part and parcel, and they have to be aligned not only with resources, personnel, who's going to train, how are we going to modify this, how do we even know that it's working? Okay, so you know, do we need to go back? Is this a 1-year goal? Is this a longer term goal in the next 3 to 4 years? How can we support your work? And this is that collaborative piece that we as a board want to be really intentional about our goals, but also to understand all of the steps and processes in order to have this goal realized. And to truly evaluate means that we have done many, Lena, I have not listed everything, but just off, yeah, just the top of my head. I mean, that's what I'm expecting in the process. And so it's okay that we have all of these goals, but we need to make sure we as a board are also accountable for what we're asking and what we're aligning in terms of how do we work together to achieve these goals? Because I think sometimes it's misleading. That when I say, oh, Stephen, just create an app for me. And he looks at me like, really, Shelley? Like today? Oh yeah, by this weekend, could you send, it's not quite like that. It's what are the resources that we're creating and how does that align with everything else that we're doing? UDL, how does it address our EL kids? Because it's great, let's just align all the standards, but how does it apply to our special ed kids? And what does it have to do with all of the other things that are required of the teacher, and how can we support them as well? So on all the levels, of course, Linda's level, but we, the team, need to work together on that. So that's just my one. I'm sorry, Linda's.
One more thing, because you did it so eloquently. Sustainability is also.
Yes. How is it sustainable? So that if the next person comes in, how do we sustain this program that we've already put in place, and how do we support that? And then if it's not working, how are we evaluating how we move forward, and what do we change that's not working? So,
And to
thank you.
Joseph's question about timing, it is really critical that we have the board develop its goals as, in my opinion, as early in the goals are aligned.
Yeah. Let her in.
No, she's been in.
Oh, she's been in. Is she calling us again?
Hello, Mrs. Jack. So what I was saying is that we're going to be meeting with our leadership team on August 4th. And it was, suggested that if the board can develop its goals this afternoon, we can take those goals into the strategic planning meeting of the leadership team to ensure that their goals are aligned with the board's goals. And we need as much time as we can possibly be given to really put some things in place to be able to start working hard on making some movement toward achieving those goals. Some of the goals that you suggested, President Ryan, is one that really takes a lot of effort and a lot of different people working in the same direction. And it may require us to go to the bargaining table and negotiate, an alternative calendar with collaboration time built in. Those kinds of things take time and resources, as you both mentioned. And so it is really important that we know where the Board of Education is in terms of its goals and what they'd like to see us start working on.
Can I pull us back from that one for a while? Because that's this afternoon.
Oh,
Let's
yeah,
get
sorry.
through this one today.
Yes.
We'll talk all about goals, but I'm glad that you did share yours, since there's a possibility you may not be here. So thank you for sharing yours and giving your input so that they heard where you were at.
Oh, okay.
before
I just
you
wanted to
leave.
give her an example
Yeah.
of, when she was asking the question.
So the other thing is providing community leadership, and that's a responsibility of the superintendent and the board as well. And one of the things that I want to address on that again is the social media thing, that there's good ways and bad ways to use it as a trustee. It shouldn't be a place where you go to vent, or a place where you go to put down your fellow board members or superintendents or cabinet or teachers or anybody else in the district. You have to be very careful, and there's actually board bylaws that are related to that, and we'll talk about the board bylaws shortly. But those are things that you guys have to be cautious about. When you guys are on the dais and people are watching, whether they're in person or whether we're online, everybody is looking at how you're interacting, how you're conducting yourselves. And if you are not being professional, if you're not being respectful to one another, if you're not listening to one another, and I've seen some crazy board meetings as from some different districts over the last year and a half since everybody was online, and gave you a look inside to all of these different school districts. And then you just think, okay, this is just chaos. Who are these people? They don't know what they're doing. Even if you're fighting for something good, it totally gets lost in how you behave and how you present yourself. The same thing when you go to visit school sites, when you go to a back to school night, when you're at a sporting event. as a board member, when I first was elected, I still had a kid in the district and she was involved in every activity, and that meant I was involved in every activity as well. And I had to really like tone down my yelling and screaming and things I was used to doing in the stands because it was not appropriate for a board member, because I knew people were watching me, not as Mariko's mother, but as board member pride. And so we have to make sure that how we carry ourselves and how we present ourselves is a high standard at all times, because they are holding us to a high standard. Joseph?
Okay, for the number 5, provide a community leadership. I think that the outside of the school district, the public, they have a different perspective. They sometimes they are more demanding. They like instead they don't listen in the regular school board meeting. So they want to like they want to have like a special service. They say, oh, please come update for me what's going on, whatever. So but for us as a school board member, I don't think that's we need to update. Maybe we need to find out a mechanism, to the school district, communicate to the public. But even that, I think the public, they still think they always want to have like the service, that they ask you answer, but if you don't answer, look like the phone is silent, probably is no credit to the public.
Yeah.
So that's the 20 year, my service, but I try not to in the front line, because I think the front line should be the district administrator instead of the board member.
Well, one of the things though is to keep in mind is that the superintendent can only be at so many things and the board president can only be at so many things. So for example, Rowland Heights is unincorporated. So we don't have a city council. We have the community coordinating council. And so they always had our school district on the agenda. Every month when they had their meeting, they had our school district on the agenda just to give a report and an update. So what we did was we established a rotation. So if it was something important going on, like something really big, then the superintendent would go and attend and give the update. If it was just a normal month, the superintendent and whoever was going would sit down and write off what they thought was important to report on. And then I may go 1 month, Trustee Effingham may go another month, Trustee Smith may go another month. So we rotated to attend those events. But like you said, there's so many organizations and groups that reach out and say, hey, come give us this, come give us that. Our school district bordered, was included in 4 cities, 5. I've lost track. It's 4 or 5 cities. The other cities had city halls. So we divided it up based on where we live. So, and we went to their city council meeting when we were invited, or if they had something special where they would invite us to, then that was my area, I would go. This was somebody else's area, they would go. Just so we were had representation in the community, and that we made sure that they knew that we were being open and transparent. We weren't just disappearing, but they saw our faces and they got to know us as board members. But then there were small groups too who were always inviting us, like you said, just come give us an update. What's going on in the district? We don't know, because they didn't come to the meetings. And for those people, I would say, hey, well, we have board meeting on Thursday night at 5 o'clock. You should come and you can hear everything that's going on. And I would always tell them, hey, I missed you at that board meeting. You didn't come. It was a great conversation. You missed it. Go back and watch it online or listen to it. So feel free to do that one as well, because there has to be responsibility from the community too. Yes, you guys can't be everywhere all the time. So there has to be some responsibility on their side. So a couple more things before we finish up this part and look at the handbook is the governance mindset. And what a governance mindset is remember, governance is strategic, not administrative. And we've kind of talked about this, so I won't keep beating a dead horse, but you guys are the what and they are the how. So you guys provide the guidance and say, this is what we want to see. This is where we need to act on. This is something that needs to be addressed. And then it's up to them to figure it out and get it done. So, and the line should not cross. Remember, that creates a whole lot of problems. I've seen it on our school board. One of the reasons why I ran for school board, and I saw it when I first got elected to school board, and it created a lot of chaos and confusion in our district because they didn't know, hey, is this board person in charge or is the superintendent in charge? What's going on? Who do I go to? So you have to make sure that those lines are clear and that you're following your direction. So like you guys talked about curriculum instruction, everybody talked about that at the beginning, and that being important. So remember, you know, as a governance organization, the administration will handle how to implement those things like that Shelley talked about that she wants to see as a goal, how to make that happen. You know, you guys will say, this is what we want to see happen. This is what we're going to be looking, this is what success looks like to us. This is what, you know, we want to see you do. And then they'll say, okay, this is the direction from the board. Now we need to take action. How are we going to do this? So when she meets with her cabinet, that's what they'll work on. So remember that governance for the board is a policy strategic based function, strategic based function. Don't let role confusion come into play where you start to inch over that line. That's what it's called, role confusion. So don't do that. If you see yourself doing that, pull yourself back. And sometimes I will say, I've made that mistake as a board member. I think that I don't know a board member who hasn't at some point made that mistake where somebody comes to you and you just say something that maybe you should have just said, ooh, I should just let the superintendent handle this. Let her know right away if that happens. You know, just call, do a mea culpa. Hey, sorry, I made a mistake. I said this to parent A, and yeah, I just want to let you know right now so that we can clean it up, just in case there's any fallout from it. So if you make a mistake, don't panic, don't try to hide it, don't try to cover it up. Let your superintendent and your board president know about it so that they'll be prepared. Jane?
Ask you a question, because there are oftentimes that I would be approached by members of the community and they will say, I'm just letting you know this. I think you just need to know.
Yes.
I think it is important for the board to know this. So then there isn't necessarily a request made by them to either pass the information on. In fact, if anything, sometimes they don't want the information passed on. And so what is it at that point I'm supposed to do with that information?
What I would do with that information is I always let the superintendent and the board president know just in case. Those are the two people who you want to alert, because right now they can say, oh, I'm just telling you, you know, you don't need to tell anybody, you don't need to do anything. But exactly.
Yeah.
So you still want to let them know about it. So always alert your board president and the superintendent when that happens. And don't feel like you're bothering them. I mean, just a quick email, even just to say, hey, you guys, you know, send both of them an email. Hey, I was in the grocery store this morning, ran into parent B, and this is what she told me. And she said it's not a big deal and doesn't want anything done, but I'm letting you know. Because, like, for example, we had one parent who approached a board member and said, you know, my kid fell and nobody did anything, and she had a cut on her leg, and when she got home it looked like this and everything, but I don't want anything done, but I just want the board to know that they should be doing better, but don't say anything or anything. And so this board member didn't say anything. Then what do you think happens? We got a medical bill. So yeah, so we need to always let somebody know, let the board president and let the superintendent know, because they could then tell the school, hey, follow up with this parent right now, find out what happened, you know, so we're on it.
And I assume that with that goes with the responsibility of informing that community member, or, I mean.
Not from you. So
No,
once
no, no, I don't mean informing
Okay.
the action. I mean, like, if they say, you know, you've told me this and I want you to know I do have a responsibility. Like, I guess is
Oh.
that on us, would that be on me as well?
use a judgment on it, because if it's something like, let's say it's something really, really just, you know, I don't like the color paint, you guys painted that, you know, something like that. No, you know, but if it's anything that's related to safety, education, relationship, anything like that where there could possibly be some litigation at some point or another, or even just cause a ruckus in the community if they start spreading that, whatever they told you, then you just have to tell them, say, hey, you know, I think that's important, so I am going to let our board president and superintendent know. And then if they say, well, I don't want you to, say, well, then you shouldn't have told me.
And part of that, I mean, it definitely makes sense, because if they're coming to a board member saying, I just want the board to know, well, then they want the board to know.
No,
They don't want
exactly.
One individual. They wouldn't necessarily be coming to a board member as a regular community member. They're coming to
Exactly.
say something to the board, no matter what else is said, so therefore the board needs to know, particularly the administration. So they
Yeah.
can carry out whatever.
Yeah, and then the other thing with that, Michael, is that you remember during every board meeting, there's public comments. So you can tell them, hey, and if you want the whole board to know, like right away, we have a meeting on Thursday. Come on, you get 3 minutes to tell us all about it. So you can also offer that as well.
I'm sorry, may I say something?
Yes.
I'm so sorry. Also, I think, right, it is, not only from a litigation perspective, and you said, it's a small thing or not a big thing. And I remember something happened in a wrestling thing, and it's exactly the same scenario that you told me. It seemed innocuous, right? And I was there and it seemed innocuous, and the parents said, oh, everything's okay. But it's one of those things where you've seen it. So something small could become big, but I'm thinking from a litigation issue, right? Once you tell one school board member, right, that's notice to me almost, right, to say that the entire board should have had notice. So in that respect, I think that's why it's also so, important that you do tell the board president and the superintendent. And in that way, you yourself as an individual board member, right, have provided the sufficient information so that it can be acted on or not acted on. So I think that's why it's so important that process, right, be included as part of our board norms somehow, or maybe not. Maybe it's something that we already know, but I just want it to be very clear that you've got to communicate with the superintendent and you've got to communicate with the board president.
And I agree with you. It should be in the governance handbook. I have so much highlighted. I'm not sure if I don't recall off the top of my head if it was or not, but it should be, because it's important to give that information. So thank you.
Thank you.
And very similar to that, Mrs. Jack, I wanted to just add just a little addition to that. You do have to report, but just like all of us in education, we're mandated reporters.
Absolutely.
We're mandated reporters. We don't get to decide whether it's important or not important for you to, we don't get to distinguish that. So if someone says, hey, like, I noticed, this is happening in the classroom, you don't get to say, oh, it's not a big deal. I don't need to address it. You really do. You are mandated reporters by law.
Right.
And so I want to make sure we do that. It's not just, oh, I'm reporting, gossip or whatever. If something relates to those areas that you listed regarding the safety, litigation, health, all of those things, it's not up to you to interpret.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. And then finally on this page, just remember that the superintendent reports to the board, not one individual trustee. They may have the closest relationship with the board president because it's hard to have the same conversation over and over with each one individual, but they report to the board, all 5 of you, not just one of you. And direction comes from the board, not just one of you. That doesn't mean that you can't call and say, hey, I'm walking through the neighborhood and I see graffiti on our school, on one of our schools that needs to be taken care of. Then of course you provide direction to get rid of the graffiti ASAP. But for anything related to other issues, instruction, curriculum, finance, all of that comes from the board as a whole, not one individual person. The next slide I just put in here because I can't emphasize this one enough. And it's just a reminder to all of you is that the board needs to be unified, but not uniform. The reason I put this picture of all these different color stick figures holding hands is because the unified part means we're joined together. We voted on something at a board meeting. It was approved. We're all on board. Even if I voted no, the majority rules. So I'm joining hands and I'm supporting the situation. But they're different colors because we all had a different view and a different perspective on it, which is fine. So we want you to be unified, but not, you don't have to be uniform. You do not have to agree all the time. If you have a board that has a 5-0 vote every single meeting, every single thing, every single time, that's for me is a red flag, especially if they're like critical issues. If it's things like, you know, basic things, if your agenda's light, you know, and it's nothing major, that's normal. But there should be discussion that happens, but respectful discussion and focused discussion. So if there's a hot topic that comes up in your district and the board is divided on it and the motion is made and, you know, it's second, and then there's discussion. And then Michael gives his thoughts. Well, you know, this is what I have questions about. And he asks some questions of superintendent or cabinet. And then, you know, his time to speak is over. And then Joseph says, well, I also have, you know, something to say, and this is what I'm thinking, and this is my perspective. And then Jane has something to say. Even if all 5 board members have something to say on that topic, that's fine. But once that vote is called for, and that vote is 3-2 or 4-1 or whatever, or 5-0, whatever, you guys need to be united. But you can have a different perspective. But when you leave that meeting, you do not say, I hate this. I don't know why it didn't pass. I don't know why they voted for that. I don't agree with it still. Keep that to yourself. You made your comments while you were in board meeting, in open session. So you got your say then. Now it's like, okay, this motion passed. How do I support it to make it work? What do I do? What can I contribute to help support this and tell the superintendent what, you know, I want to see in order to make this work? Be on board. If you don't have nothing nice to say, what your parents say, then don't say anything at all. But you have to be united. There's nothing worse than a fractured board, especially, I will say this, during negotiations with your unions. If their goal is to try, I've had union member president tell me, my goal is to fracture the board. All I need is 3. And if I can get 3, I'm good. And so they tried that to fracture the board. But luckily, our board was unified. We weren't uniform. We all had our different perspectives on things, but we were unified and we stayed together and supported the final vote. So be aware of that and make sure that the community knows that they can try, but they're not going to divide you. They can give you their perspectives, they can give you their opinions, and you just listen. And it's good to listen, just listen, don't comment, don't offer them anything or say, yeah, I agree, you know, I'm going to do this. And yeah, none of that. Listen, take notes. And then when you guys are discussing things in closed session, you can pull out your notes and bring those things up. You guys can talk about it when the motion comes up, but be unified in the decision that is voted on and that carries. Any questions on that one? Yes.
So I think sometimes though, what I've encountered is not necessarily with us, but just in general, when there are divisions within the board, it's like at some point, sometimes the conversation becomes this, I'm going to try to convince that other person to agree with me, and then the conversation just kind of goes in circles. So at what point is it trying to reach consensus versus sort of just agreeing that the decision may end up being a 4-1 or a 3-2, and then everybody just goes on board? I guess I hear a lot about that concept of consensus, but I'm not really sure what that means in the context of being unified but not uniform.
Is this an open session, like something that's being discussed in open session?
It's open or closed session.
So if it's in open session, then it's up to the board president to control the amount and the length of the discussion that takes place. I recently was with a district whose board meetings lasted for like 7-8 hours. And I was like, why? And they said, because discussion time, they say everybody just goes on and on and on. And I told the board president, and what do? You have a gavel. And that's up to the board president. And you don't want to cut anybody's voice, but there's a time where you have to say, okay, you know what? We need to call for a vote. We can stay here all night, keep going through this over and over and over and over again. We need to call for a vote. And the board president needs to, at some point, cut it off. And you guys as a board need to understand that, and you need to respect that. And you also need to be aware that when you are just going on and on and on, because at some point, nobody's mind is going to change. You're just taking up time, wasting time at that point. And that's where some self-accountability has to come in. Are you doing a service or a disservice at this point? Because you're dragging the meeting out and nobody's listening. People are getting irritated. Now they're really going to vote against you because they're mad at you. So you have to take that into account. As far as in closed session, the discussions there tend to get a little bit more lively because they are closed session, but the same thing still needs to apply.
Where would the concept of consensus fall?
Well, consensus for me is after the vote. So once the vote happens, like I said, whether it's 3-2, 4-1, 5-0, whatever, it doesn't matter. I'm on board. I don't care how much I hate it. I don't care how much I dislike it. I'm not going to badmouth it. I'm not going to go and tell everybody I didn't vote for it. You saw it was the no vote, right? Everybody knows I voted no. You saw my hand go up, right? That's not productive. So like I said, if you can't say anything positive about it, you just don't say anything at all, because you need to keep a unified board, because whether or not you still support it or don't support it, remember it passed. I mean, how many laws does the state of California make that we don't support each year? But we have to follow them, or otherwise there's consequences. It's the same thing. So we want to make sure that we just go out and say, okay, how can I make the best of this? That's what we do.
Yeah, and we also have to remember that we check our egos at the door.
Absolutely.
It's not about winning or losing. The winners are the children, the students, the schools. And so when we take ourselves out of the equation and what you're really arguing for, it's, as you talked about, this unity of purpose, it's really important to understand it's not about winning my point or getting my point across. It's really what's in the best interest of the students. And then how can we as a team work together?
Right.
Because that faction board really doesn't work. And that's why oftentimes when we're in this diagram that you've shown us with responsibilities, we might have a board member that believes they're part of the staff and they need to run things at the ground level, and they need to,
that's that role confusion. We don't want that.
And when we keep staying at we've set the direction, then we come back and we revisit it. And when we establish a structure, if it isn't followed, it never gets to creating a supportive environment. It never gets to number 3. So then we're just cycling in this bottom where we're just saying, okay, now let's agree on this. Let's have unity of purpose. Let's understand our roles. Let's understand the norms and protocols. But then we have to come back and revisit it and so on and so forth. And that's not a pointing a finger. It's just recognizing our own abilities to create change, because if you never get out of 1 and 2, you never get to that accountability piece, that the environment that's conducive to maximizing potential, or that we recognize each other for our unique perspectives, but also how do we move forward as a team together, because we're so much stronger together.
Right.
And we can get to this community and accountability, and we can,
Right. Absolutely. Thank you.
Maybe the only thing.
Absolutely.
I'm just thinking of this unified, not uniform. That obviously goes to position on issues, right? And
Right.
how you go forward after
Right.
those things. But it also kind of speaks to communication. When how messages are then being communicated to the community. And that's why you want that communication to come from the administration, because you want that communication to always be uniform. You want that message, the community deserves to have a uniform message. You don't want
Right.
everybody kind of going off.
Absolutely.
Unified. No, the communication needs to come from the administration.
Absolutely. Yes. Thank you for bringing that up too. Yeah, because when you guys have hot topic issues, that's going to be one. And usually if there is a hot topic issue, your superintendent should give the board talking points to make sure that everybody just gives the basics. So you're not taking a side, you're not saying how you're going to vote, you're not committing to anything, but here's the basics on that topic. We were one of those districts that was unfortunate enough to be in the news a couple of years ago, and not for something very nice. And, you know, we all had our thoughts about it, but we had to make sure, like you said, the messaging was clear, and that the messaging, no matter who they stop, would be the same. So.
And that's because that's what the community deserves, is that the community deserves to know exactly what the position of
The district is,
on
absolutely, yes.
I'm sorry, doesn't that also go into what we're talking about, role confusion, right? We have to be really clear what our role as a board, right? When someone comes to us, I have a teacher complaint, right? It's not up to us to address that, right? It is up to the district to address that. So the clear communication, I think, is also communicating with our right community and telling them this is the process, right? This is the way it's done. And we as board members only determine policy, not, as you said, what actually happens. And that message, I think, has to be consistent from everybody, and especially from the board, right? Because, you know, they're the people that they tend to talk to in our community or whatever it may be, right? So I think that's really important. I also think, and it's so hard, right? Because we are all board members because we were can-do people, right? I mean, that's why we're on the board. That's why we believe we can help. That's why we want to serve our community. But sometimes less is more, right? I mean, you know, we want to do the can-do, but we're not responsible for the can-do. We're responsible for the general, right? The general framework for which we, you know, for which the district is supposed to educate our children. And I think it's really hard to also when, right, we are can-do people again. So people come to us, and so, you know, you don't want to be, I think some people go, well, you know, you don't want the kind of school board member that wants to be bigger than the whole, right? Because as you said, the board only operates as a whole and is only as powerful as the whole. So to be one school board member, you know, who wants to be, oh, I want to be the go-to person, or I'm the person, right, that people call and talk to me about, right? That ends up, I think, being an issue, right? Because we are all supposed to be serving as one, and one is not really supposed to be better than the other. The whole is the most important thing. So I'm sorry, I'm done preaching.
No, that was a very, very good point, and thank you for bringing that up. And I think that everything you said is valid, and I'm glad that you said it. So that was a very, very good point. Thank you. And, you know, we do have to be mindful of that, because we are going to have sometimes people who come onto the board for reasons other than you know, the school and the students. So I mean, we're all here, we're all have experienced an election at some point, or going through the appointment process. And we know that there's some people who say, hey, you know, I want to get into politics and I'm going to start with the school board and, you know, work my way up. And for some, that's okay, because they're engaged. They still want to do a good job. They're still committed to the students. But then there's some who just want the title, and we've all seen it. And let's, you know, we'll all be honest here. We've all seen it. So we do have to make sure we check our egos at the door, like Nam said. We have to do that. We have to make sure that our heart is there and in the right place for those students, for service. That's what when we took our oath, you know, to be on this board, that's what we did. We took an oath to serve the students, to serve that district, to serve the community. And we have to make sure that we do that to the best of our abilities. So real quick, let's go through this last slide, and then I'll let you guys open up your lunches and get prepared, and then we'll go through the handbook, and that shouldn't take us too much time because we've talked about a lot, and I know that you guys had it in advance, so you were able to look through it. So we'll go through that. But this is just telling you some bullet points of what politics without good governance is and what politics with good governance is. Because no matter how we point it out, as a board member, you are a politician. Plain and simple. When we campaign, we are politicians. But we have to just remember our place and remember where we're at. And I'm not going to cover all of these because you're going to be able to take this home with you and look this over many, many times. But remember, politics without good governance, it does peak before, during, and just after the election. That means that, you know, you've been out there knocking on doors and going to events and, you know, trying to get people to vote for you. And, you know, we all did that song and dance, you know, yeah, you know, you were telling the truth, you were of what you want to do. But then, like I said, when you get into the room where it happens, you realize your limitations, especially people who are never involved in governance at any point or never went to a school board meeting and don't really know what a school board member can and cannot do. So that's always important. The limited lasting benefit of politics without good governance, that's when you're promising everybody the world and knowing that you can't deliver it because that's not your job. It's 5 people who get to make that decision. Then the politics with good governance, just remember building capacity, you know, focusing on what your goals are, your agenda is, long-term as well as short-term perspective. And Shelley talked about that when we're looking at the goals in a little bit. We have to look at the long-term as well as the short-term. And then implementation versus adoption mindset, because we have to look at, again, like Shelley said, we have to look at how do we implement the things that we want versus, you know, just saying, yeah, let's do this, let's adopt that. Okay, now what? We can't do that. We don't have the resources to do that. So you want to make sure you focus on all of those. But keep these things in mind as you move forward in your careers as board members. And then that's it for this packet. So what I'd like to do now is just let you guys go ahead and crank your lunches open if you'd like and get settled with your food. I don't care if you eat while we talk, and then, or if you need to run to the restroom real quick, that's fine too. And then when you come back, we're going to go through the governance handbook and see if there's any changes. It was so nice to meet you in person. And thank you so much for your input, both before today and today. And we're going to go through the handbook, and this shouldn't take too long. And then after that, we're going to jump into goals and finish out the day with goals. And I know you guys have had a long day, so I thank you guys for hanging in there with us. But I think this is valuable information to help your governance team, you know, strengthen here. So go ahead, open your lunches. I'm going to run to the restroom and then. I'm going to run to the restroom and I'll be right back. Shelley, thank you again so much. Are we on mute? Awesome. Have a good conversation.
It's an ongoing meeting, so I'm going to leave the audio on.
Okay, the audio is open.
Thank you so much for your patience.
Okay.
She's gonna join from home? She's gonna Zoom, yeah. She's got a problem with San Diego. Oh, Shelley, yeah, got, oh, yeah. Angelina will be right back. Oh, Shelley, did you lunch? Yeah, she did, yeah. Chair up higher than mine. I can
Switch
adjust
it.
Oh,
You
okay.
can
Adjust it. Okay, no, I was just wondering because I'm feeling very short.
I think you were actually higher before.
Yeah, okay.
It went down a little. You just push this little lever, but mine wouldn't go up. That's why I switched chairs.
Okay.
There you
Oh,
go.
this one. Okay. Push it in.
A little lever.
Oh, there we go. Got it, got it, got it. Ooh, okay. That feels a little better. Oh, there we go.
Yeah. My pudding for your jello. Well, it totally reminds me of that. And then Campbell Davis. We have that. The governance book that he co-authored it with Michael Fullen. I presented with Campbell Davis. Yeah, at the Java conference. It was great. He's such a nice man. I don't know how he's doing it. It wasn't really long. The last time that I talked to him, because I actually interviewed him for my dissertation. This is my dedication, actually. Thank you.
Did everybody bring their handbook with them?
Yeah.
You did? Everybody brought their handbook
Yeah,
with
they
them?
provided for us.
Oh,
Yes.
perfect.
I'll show you what she left.
Oh, that's what you.
You just, I guess he posted it, someone just shared it.
Okay, so Tuesday at 6.
Yeah, regarding the.
Thank you.
Hoping real hard that there is no spike of COVID. I got a big weekend in the middle of October.
Oh, you do?
I got Saturday night with the Eagles at the Forum. And Sunday night, Rolling Stones at SoFi.
Oh, wow.
Mick Jagger is still going strong. I love it.
Actually, today, the tickets go for the public.
That's
It's
awesome.
pre-sale to folks.
Yeah, well, let's hope. Fingers
Let's-
crossed.
yeah, that is-
All be canceled right about mid-September.
Right?
I'm with you on that one. I have like 3 bowling tournaments scheduled. I've purchased plane tickets and everything. I'm trying to be confident that I'll be going. Mhm.
You're a bowler?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
How
that's,
fun.
that's my stress reliever in
I
life.
love it. And so you must be good if you're in a tournament.
I can be good sometimes. You know how that goes.
I'm a better ball girl, but I have fun doing it.
Sometimes I wonder, why do I do this? Why do I torture myself?
Fun though, right?
Yeah, but it is. We have a group of us that have been bowling together for, geez, almost 30 years. Yeah, I started bowling when I was 9, and then I got back into it as an adult.
Really?
Yeah, I've been bowling with this group for like almost 30 years.
So you have a team and with the uniforms and everything?
There's a group of us, yeah, we all wear matching shirts and bottoms, and yeah, no, we got a few titles
Oh
too.
my gosh.
State and national and city titles, yeah,
Pretty impressive.
yeah, it's fun, you know,
Cover to cover the whole.
keeps me out of trouble.
They do the second part. Really. Oh, it really is.
My aunt and uncle used to be in a bowling league a long time ago in West Covina.
Oh, yeah, probably West Covina Lane, I bowl
I think so,
there.
yeah, they had their bags and their matching bags and uniforms and they were so competitive.
Yeah, that's it, we are, for league, I'm not real competitive,
Yeah.
because that's You guys ready to get started? Do you mind if we get started again? Okay, and you guys can continue to eat. Ma'am, sorry you don't have any food. Okay, so let's pull out our governance handbook. We're not going to go through the whole thing. What we want to do a review of is the clarity on roles and responsibilities. And we've talked about this a lot already as we've gone through talking about unity of purpose and, you know, the moral imperative and what the boundaries are between the board and superintendent relationship. We've talked about a lot of this already. But as you guys went through on page 4, the gaining clarity of roles and responsibilities, did you guys have any questions or concerns about what is written there on page 4? Where it says the role of the superintendent is, and there's 2 items. Are there any questions about that? Any concerns? Anybody feels it needs to be reworded, something needs to be added or taken out? Anything at all? And now just pop in whenever you have comments.
Sorry, I'm not sure what page.
Sorry,
Page 4
don't
of
have-
the governance handbook.
We have
What-
different page numbers, I think.
Oh, okay, maybe because of how my printer,
Gaining clarity on roles and responsibilities.
okay, it's probably my printer.
I think we're looking at page 6, right?
Well, it depends on, like I said, on how I printed it out. Yeah, but I have the,
Is that the page?
yes.
Yeah, that's. our
Yeah,
page
mine
6 in
just
the
printed.
Bible.
I probably have more pages than you guys then too. My printer probably printed it bigger.
Oh, okay.
I can't see, so
Page 6.
page
It says
6,
gaining
yeah,
Clarity on roles and responsibilities.
sorry. So page 6. So where it says the role of the superintendent is, and there is number 1 and number 2, to work with the school board to develop an effective governance leadership team to serve as the chief administrative officer for the school district. When you reviewed this in advance, any questions, concerns, things you feel like are missing or things you feel like should be added? You guys have no feedback. I will give you my thoughts. I think that the first one is a little vague. I think that's one of the things. And I think to serve as the chief administrative officer for the school district is another. But I also think that you guys should add, and this is just my thought, you don't have to do it. I also think that you should add something in about is, you know, to implement the goals as set forth by the board. Because you guys are at the top of the org chart. And that's what your direction to the superintendent is to implement the goals and that you set forth for the district. But it's up to you guys on your thoughts of what you want to see. This is your handbook. And remember, this is a living document. This could be changed, amended at any point. So your thoughts, Linda, your thoughts, board, your thoughts.
I think that is understood, but should be memorialized in the document. I mean, I'm comfortable with that.
How would you like it worded?
To implement the goals set forth by the board.
Keep it sweet, short, sweet. Now, you okay with that?
Yes, you know, I saw this before, and I remember when we did this before, I think Linda is right? I think we thought we included that as part of being the chief administrative officer, but I agree to implement goals set by the board for the school district, right?
Or school district. Okay.
Sorry, I missed, what was that first comment you had, Angelina? The first one, you said this chief administrative one was a little vague, and then,
I said that I thought that you needed something like what they just said, that
Okay, so
something
just
about the implementation of goals. No, the other one is to serve as the chief administrative officer for the school district.
And that you said, you felt that that was vague?
No, I felt the first one was vague, to work with the school
Oh,
board to
vague.
develop an effective governance leadership team. I mean, that is the job, but, so that one can stay, but I felt like there needed to be something focused about the goals.
Got it.
Okay.
Sorry, thank you. I was like
No,
trying to
no
find my notes.
worries, that's okay. So. Any other feedback on that one? Linda, are you going to have your executive assistant, update this and then give it to them to
Yes.
re-sign?
Yes.
Okay,
So what we will do is we will mark it up so that you can see the changes. And so as an example, if this becomes our number one to implement the goals set forth by the board for the school district, that will be underlined as new language.
yeah. And this one, you don't have to involve me if
Okay.
it's up, if you want to, I'm happy to look at it again.
Okay.
But, once we do the changes today, you can just have your executive assistant do the, changes and
And
have
then
the
I can
board
bring
look at
that-
it one more time. And then if everybody's cool with it, then make it final, signatures and post.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, then let's go to the next page where performing board responsibilities. And that one goes for 2 pages. So when you guys went through this one, did you have any questions, comments, concerns, anything that you felt needed to be added, deleted, changed?
I had,
Go ahead.
can we take it like one piece at a time?
Absolutely.
And kind of talk about it. I don't want to let everything. When we talked about set the direction for community schools, I think, I guess so what I did is I kind of referenced back to the CSBA document, what it takes to lead, because I remembered seeing some of this reminding me.
Uh-huh.
And so one thing in here, and I guess, and I think this came up earlier, was in setting the direction, it talks about the consensus of the entire board. So I guess I'm not sure if any of that concept is included in here, in this particular one. And I'm not sure that it's where it belongs. So I guess that's that's more of a question for me.
I would say, if you want something like that, to maybe, under the last one, we act as community leaders by, I would, add in the, by being unified but not uniform. Or something, or some language related to that.
I guess.
Or
the-
supporting, the decisions of the board or outcomes of the vote or something like that.
I guess the area that it kind of was spoken to was in bullet 4, where it said in ensuring an appropriate inclusive process, but I'm not sure what that meant. Is that inclusive in terms of the stakeholders,
The
or is that,
ensure accountability to the public by,
no, the earlier one, we set the
Oh.
direction for
Oh,
community
okay,
schools
we're
by,
still under
the
that
fourth
one,
bullet
sorry.
says ensuring an appropriate inclusive process is used to develop these documents. I guess my question would be, when we say that inclusive process, are we talking more inclusive of the stakeholders or inclusive of us as board?
that would be dependent upon the interpretation of the reader. Would you like to make it more clear?
Well, I guess, because I was trying to sort of align it with this document, and if they're talking about consensus of the entire board. I guess that would mean that that's appropriate more to the entire board. Inclusive process, not necessarily the community stakeholders, which I guess would come later. Maybe what is why you were talking about the community leaders part. I'm not sure.
My interpretation in reading this, because it's prefaced by we, like as in the
The
board,
board,
right?
yeah.
We set the direction for the community schools by ensuring an appropriate inclusive process is used to develop these documents. So for me, that means the board is being inclusive.
With each other's perspective,
That's my
diverse
interpretation because
perspectives.
it's prefaced by we set the direction. But you could define that or reword it so that it is more specific and not necessarily subject to interpretation.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree with you. In other words, each of these begins with we,
Right.
Right.
as opposed to individual board members
Right.
set the direction of the community schools. No, we, as a
As a
board,
board.
I mean, that's how I think.
Yeah.
Before you do any one of these steps that are all the subpoints, it has to be we, it has to be a one unit that then carries out whatever the role.
Because all five of you represents the community, right? And so when you come together as a board, that is an inclusive process already.
So do you want to,
I think I was just seeking clarity on that, so we
Okay.
can let it stand.
okay.
Thank you.
Anybody else on the first one, that we set the direction for the community schools by? Everybody else good? Okay, what about the second one? We establish an effective and efficient structure for the school district by.
I'm wondering if we need to add the LCAP in that section.
That's actually a good idea.
That, again, it wasn't my idea, I got it from CSBA. So, that was the only thing I saw that was not included in our governance handbook, that was in.
Are you guys okay with that?
Yeah. So overseeing the development of the LCAP?
I think the language was, the board is responsible for, it was part of it, so it said, the board is responsible for, it had series of bullets, establishing budget priorities, adopting budget, and so I guess adopting the local control and accountability plan. That's how they worded it. I'm not sure that that's the appropriate, but I think so, right?
Adopting would be good because we already have overseeing, so.
Yeah, accountability. Okay. Yes.
Yeah,
Right, that is our role as a board
Right.
to adopt the LCAP. Okay.
yeah. So we provide support through our behavior and actions by. In this one, on bullet 3, we have upholding board approved district policies. I would, if you guys are okay with that one, I would add on, and decisions. And that would cover the unified but not uniform part of it,
So upholding board approved district policies and
and decisions.
decisions.
If you guys are okay with it, that's just my thought. What do you guys think? Board, this is your document.
You repeat that language again?
Yeah, it's upholding board approved district policies and decisions.
Did we say upholding board approved district policies and supporting decisions? Right?
Yeah. Anyone have anything else under that one?
I was gonna bring up a suggestion regarding communication, but as far as communicating whatever these are, but the reality is the board really should not be the one communicating. It should have been addressed perhaps as a number 4 under the superintendent, that one of the roles of the superintendent is to communicate to the community, whatever the board is, not just carrying it out, but actually communicating the direction and so on. You know, I know I'm kind of going back, but the issue of communication is key because that's where you get that uniformity.
So I think some of that may fit in the next one of ensuring accountability to the public in terms of the board's role.
But going back to that, if I may,
Go for it.
since you suggested that it be put under the role of the superintendent, could we say to serve as the district's chief communications officer? That's actually, we have policy that says that the district superintendent will serve as the district's chief communication person with the media and the community. So,
Yeah, whether I mean, if we already have something in place that says that's what a superintendent does, then so be it. Otherwise, at least if it's not clearly stated that the superintendent is the chief communication officer, then the superintendent ensures proper and effective communication. But you know, that kind of broadens it because it can be delegated, but that's fine. If we already have something, then great.
And did I give you, one of the handouts I gave you guys should have been the board bylaws. Did I give you that? It should have been a single sheet, yes. One of the things I want you guys to keep in mind as we go through this, I don't know, have you guys looked at your board bylaws ever?
As a board.
No, even as an individual, especially the 9,000s. So what I gave you was just the screenshot of your list of board bylaws, yeah, of the 9,000s, because all the 9,000s, that's what tells you what you guys should be doing as a board. Those are legally mandated bylaws. So these aren't like where we can just put whatever we want into this document. The board bylaws are legally mandated. So when you go through and you have a question, for example, you guys have been through this and I recently went through this. There's a whole bylaw in there on resignations of board members, appointments of board members, and it tells you what you got to do, how you got to do it. Those are legally mandated. So keep that in mind. If there's a question about something that's going on in your district and you want to know how to handle it, go to your board bylaws. When COVID happened, the board bylaws were updated because there had to be COVID protocols in there because they needed to make sure that people understood the changes with the Brown Act and the meetings and what you could and could not do during COVID. There was a whole thing on that. So look at your board bylaws, introduce yourself to the 9,000s. It is very, very critical that you understand it. There's things in there about that you guys just have Brown Act training. There's things in there about confidentiality. There's things in there about your conduct, board conduct in meetings and in public. All of that is covered in the board bylaws. And again, the board bylaws are legally mandated bylaws. That means you can get yourself into trouble if you don't follow one of these. So please, please, please familiarize yourself with your board bylaws. And I even put your link down there at the bottom of the page where you can go, because you guys are part of Gamut. Your bylaws are updated automatically. Anytime there's a change in law, CSBA updates it. And so you will see the most recent information on Gamut. So familiarize yourself with that. This document, you guys can be more specific to your board. Depending on the board, there may be more things about, you know, being prepared and being organized and being in attendance, because maybe that's an issue for that board, where other boards, it may be focused on just what your role is and being respectful to one another. These are just your personal things, but that is legal.
Can you back up to something you just said?
Mhm.
You said that they're legal and the CSBA automatically updates them in Gamut. So,
Because you're in Gamut, yeah.
so not all of the CSBA policies and bylaws have been formally adopted by the board because they get changed or whatnot, but they're still in effect.
When there's a change in a board policy, usually the superintendent is notified, or whoever the contact person on Gamut is notified. And then they will notify the superintendent, hey, you know, we have bylaws that we need to reapprove. And then that's how they go through the process. So you guys, I know not last year, you guys had started going through some of them, updating, and everybody's always behind on that. So don't freak out. We're all, I remember as a board member, one time we got slammed with like 15 of them at once because we were just behind. It's because I think we fall into the comfort zone of knowing that the most current is online. And so we kind of, oh yeah, there's that email that do that, you know, we got to do that board bylaw, that board policy, we got to update that. And they kind of start to build up, and it's like, oh my gosh, we need to take these to the board. So don't freak out that you guys don't get one every board meeting. That's not unusual. But we do notify you guys when there's something that changed. The most critical ones are, is there something like related to the LCAP or something, you know, related to finances. Those things usually you will get pretty quickly in for updates. So like when the COVID thing happened, you probably noticed that you guys got a lot of bylaws that you needed to update and approve, board policies you needed to approve. And those are usually your APs as well, your administrative processes. Those are the ones that are more critical, the APs.
The AR, AT?
APs, ARs. I live in two different worlds. I live in K through 12 world, and I live in foundation world, and I live in community college world. So yeah, APs, ARs, yeah. So ARs, yeah.
So after COVID-19, we already revised whatever we have to add.
If you look at the sheet, you'll see like there's a line on there that talks about COVID protocol
Oh, yeah.
for the board.
Stephen, we did that, right? Remember when we had to update our policies on COVID?
There,
Mhm.
or, so we do have updated material on the website.
Yeah, that's from your website.
I'm not sure if we have any
But-
COVID related.
Yeah, if you look on there, there's a line, and when you get home, you can click on it and then you can see what it is. Yeah.
So, Steve, can you help, make sure, we have an update after COVID-19?
So I guess we were talking about communication.
Yeah.
This sort of directly laying out the communication comes from superintendent. not
Yeah.
from-
Right, and there's, yeah, go for it.
Sorry, Jane, were you saying that we should also have language on the board side of the house for communication, or?
No, I was just
Okay.
saying that no.
Okay, I just wanted to circle back to you because I think you were starting to say something.
No, I was just saying that I think what he was talking about is in the next one, but I think he was referring from the superintendent end of it, so.
Okay, got it.
And
different.
remember, one thing I will tell you, Jane, is that these are about your district. So what CSBA puts out is guidelines and everything, but every district, what they put in their governance handbook should be for that district, because the makeup of every district is different. The enrollments, how you do things, all of that is different. So don't feel like what we have as CSBA guidelines, that you have to have every single thing of that in there. You need to look at what's working, what's best for our district. And that's what you want to update and make sure that your board responsibilities relate to that.
So are we adding anything back to Mike's point in the superintendent one of our handbook?
We're gonna add, to serve as the district's chief communication officer.
Which one are we adding that
We're
under?
talking about, under the
Back to the
superintendent, it would be our
superintendent.
number 4.
Okay.
Hi,
If aligned with our policy.
Ma'am?
Angelina.
Uh-huh.
Shelley.
Hi. So, guys, I just want to chime in for a minute here. Lisa Link provided and updated the board governance binder that all of you guys received. And she worked on that just last year. So I just wanted to make sure everybody was aware and that they got the governance binder, board governance.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
On that note, I will say, I just realized, if we're going to be updating the governance handbook, it should include our new LCAP. 'Cause this one
Yeah,
is
that's
the
why we're going
2015,
through it.
16.
Yeah, this one's old, but
Yeah,
this was your
But I
last
just realized, I'm like,
version.
oh, if we're
Yeah.
like sitting here and actually
Yeah.
updating this, then this whole first
Yeah.
section for the LCAP needs to be updated to our new one we
Yeah.
just adopted.
Yeah.
And when they go through to make these changes, they'll update all the other stuff as well. Because this is the last time that the board had sat down and did one with Luann, right? Yeah. So,
Yeah, remember.
yeah, so this was from what, 15, 16?
Yes.
So, yeah, all of that'll be updated. Okay. So I hate to press you guys, but if we can move a little faster, because I really want to make sure we have time to talk about goals.
Yes.
So I guess the ensure accountability to the public, do we have anything in there? And I'm not suggesting we do, but asking, there should be something in there about communication with the community of, I mean, in here it says, communicates the progress to the local community. So I don't know that that's listed in here in terms of accountability to the public. And then as well as that, for conducting board self-evaluation. I'm asking, I'm not
I would
suggesting.
definitely add the board self-evaluation because you have the evaluation of the superintendent. So if you guys are okay with that, I would definitely add that.
Sorry, you're ma'am.
And then as far as you said the community, do you guys do you do anything in your district? Like in my district, we had a state of the schools. Do you guys have anything like that where you kind of give the whole community an update on what's going on?
Yes, we send out videos. I just sent one out yesterday, updating.
Yeah, I saw
everyone. Yeah.
it.
And so we do that. We also do constant contact. So we send out messages via constant contact, which would be just the text. So we do that on a pretty regular basis, and we plan to do that moving forward.
And also the superintendent present at the city club or the Rotary club.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So
You're talking about more about one big comprehensive.
we
State of
do
the Union.
the same things as you, and then we do have the one big one. We have the state of the schools, where people come and they just like, there's an overview of what's going on with facilities, what's going on with the district, you know, any curriculum changes, there's presentations.
We do that once a year, I believe.
That's what
in
we
an
do that
open
one once a
board
year.
meeting.
Okay, so you do yours at a board meeting?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is the timing you suggest superintendent you present to
The state of the
entire
Well, she doesn't have to do it. That's just something our district did. But if that's something you guys want to do, then that would be up to you guys when you would feel like it was a good time. Ours was usually in spring. Because at the beginning of the school year, you don't really have a lot to tell.
Right. Okay.
So, but did you have a suggestion, Jane?
I'm not necessarily, I mean, I know that in the next one, it says we act as community leaders by communicating clear information. I guess maybe adding not information, but something along the lines of our progress. I'm trying
You
to
can
find.
add in clear information about policies, programs. Well, progress on what is the thing?
I'm just pulling it from here. That's why I'm not
Yeah.
sure exactly what it means even in here. And
So I would say even that's vague, that it would be like progress on what? Instructional progress, fiscal progress, and progress on what?
My issue with that, right, when we're talking about progress, I'm sorry, I think, again, what are we talking about? Like, whose role is that? Is that role confusion, right? I mean, we're talking about, you know, implementation, progress about educational goals. That's something, isn't that up to the superintendent, right? Progress in terms of fiscal accountability, right? Isn't that more, you know, the superintendent? So my concern with that is I think that, you know, what we have here in terms of educating the community and the media about issues facing or communicating clear information about policies, programs, and fiscal conditions, I think are more appropriate for the board. My only concern, Jane, is that I think we're kind of doing that role confusion thing again. So I would prefer that.
I see that. I'm just looking, I'm looking at the language from the CSBA. That's why I'm not sure.
And
what it
remember,
means.
like I said, that's a guide. It's not going to apply to every district because
Right.
every district is so different. Like
Right.
LA Unified, that might apply to an LA Unified.
Got it. Okay, that makes sense.
But to Nam's point, for this one, I think that keeping it generic is important because of role confusion. We want to make sure that the board knows. Like, for example, where it says communicating clear information about policies, programs, and fiscal conditions of the district. Yes, you should be able to have talking points where if somebody stops and asks you and says, hey, you know, I heard about this thing called FICMAT. Have you guys ever had to deal with them? You should be able to answer that question. you know, you don't want to give information about it, but you should be able to answer that question. So you should be able to answer generic questions from people without going into detail. And if they start to ask additional questions, you say, you know what, let me take down your name and number and pass that on to the superintendent, and then somebody will get back to you.
Should the word uniform be included in there? Communicating clear uniform information about blah, blah, blah. And that uniform information is provided by talking points from the district administration?
I'm not comfortable
Or
with
no?
adding uniform. I'm not sure that a different word might be more appropriate.
Well, I think that, I think I would leave it as it is, just because there's gonna be like so many different things that people are gonna approach you about. Somebody might approach you about a baseball field. You know, I heard our baseball field was gonna get redone and it's not redone, and what's going on with the baseball field, and you know, whereas then somebody might approach Joseph and say, hey, you know, I was looking at the budget and the, you know, where you have your more detailed community members. I was looking at the budget that the board is going to approve, you know, tomorrow night, and I have a lot of questions. So it could range from 0 to 100. So I think just keeping it generic like that is okay. Because I think we've talked enough about, and please tell me if you're still confused about the role of the board versus the role of the superintendent, because if there's still confusion on that, let's clear it up today. This is what this time is for. We want to make sure that, you know, you guys are all on the same page about what your role is as a board member. Okay. Can we really quickly, I hate to do this, but in the interest of time, one of the things I think is more important is to skip to the norms real quick, so we can get through the norm. Linda, you guys may have to take a little bit more time on this, maybe in a closed session.
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
Because but I want to get to the meat and potatoes really.
Sure.
So
Okay.
let's look at the norms. What page is that in your book?
10.
10. Because these are important. And one thing I want to say on number 3, the speak open, honestly, and respectfully. Again, I know I've said this earlier today, but that one is so important and so critical from all sides, that everybody is respectful from each other to one another. The board is respectful to the board is respectful to the superintendent, the board is respectful to cabinet's respectful to the board, etc. The superintendent's respectful to the board, superintendent's respectful to cabinet. Remember, you guys are being watched. How you treat one another is how they're going to think you're treating their kids. How you care for one another is how they're going to think you're caring for their district. So you guys have to really pay attention to that. And again, it's okay to disagree, but do so respectfully. And do so, you know, without getting personal. There's no reason to get personal. We all come from different backgrounds, different beliefs, politically and personal beliefs, and that's okay. We're supposed to be here for the students, to serve the students. So we have to leave all of that outside. We can pick it back up when we walk out the door after board meeting. The other one is, and you guys had your Brown Act training today, is number 4, maintain confidentiality. That's board bylaw 9011. Really important, because remember, that's legal. You could get in trouble for that. You can get censured for that. You can also have legal action brought against you for that. So confidentiality is very, very, very serious matter and very important. And then the other one is, you know, to speak one at a time. We talked a little bit about that when, about if there's a serious discussion going on, you know, don't interrupt anybody while they're making their statement. Let them have their say. However, if it goes on for too long, it is the responsibility of the board president to gavel them and say, okay, thank you. You've had some time let Jane speak, Jane, go ahead, or you've had some time, let Joseph speak. Everybody should have the opportunity to have a voice without your meeting lasting 10 hours. So keep that in mind. And then remember that you guys are a board and you're there for the kids. This isn't about you as an individual. So, don't think that, every photo op, you're going to like run and be in the middle because it's all about you. Look at me. Hey, I'm the best board member. Everybody should be the best board member, and everybody should be able to have their voice heard, their concerns noted, their successes rewarded and appreciated as a whole. Because one board member's success, let's say Jane finds a company that wants to donate equipment to your engineering program, that's a board success. Yeah, Jane made the connection and she may get a special shout out, but that's a board success. Everything that any of you bring to the table is a success for the board and a success for the district and the students. So looking at your norms, is there anything here that you want to change, or is it okay, or you feel like it needs to be elaborated on, or is there anything that you want added? And again, this is your time to make those changes. If you feel like there's something, even from the past that happened where you would like that put in as a norm, bring it up now. Do you guys ask questions of your superintendent in advance of meetings? You guys are good at that? That's great. I'm glad to hear that, because there again should be no surprises. And just because you ask in advance doesn't mean you can't ask in open session. It's just that you guys, because maybe some people in the community have been asking you about something and you ask Linda, she gives you the answer. You just say, okay, just letting you know, I'm going to ask this in the open session meeting as well, so that the public can hear it. That's okay. It's actually encouraged. Not for every single little thing, but for those big things.
I think number one, as stated, is good enough, or should we say that we're focused on time and energy on all?
I would add all. I think that's a great idea. Does your district, I did look at the stats on that. Does your district have a large special education population?
We're spending 20% of our budget on special education.
So yeah, so it definitely needs to be all.
Yeah, yeah.
Any other of the norms that you guys want to address? Going once, twice. Okay, then let's look at the protocols real quick. And these are a lot like the board bylaws in there. When I was going through the protocols, I saw a lot of things that related to the 9,000s here. Because again, if you look at the 9,000s, there's a lot of board bylaws that go back to these items. Like you see, there's the protocol about confidentiality. That's a board bylaw thing. The roles, that's a board bylaw thing. Do you guys notify the superintendent when you plan to visit a school site?
Yeah.
Yeah, good.
With respect to that though, I would like the inclusion to say that, board members will inform the the superintendent and the president of the board when they plan to visit a school site. Because sometimes, there needs to be coordination or whatever it is, so that we make sure that, 3 people aren't going at once. But I think it is incumbent on the president of the board to know what's going on in terms of that or anything else, only because there's only one hub.
What do you guys think of that?
Yeah, I agree with, yeah.
Are you just simply asking that we memorialize the existing agreement in the norms?
Right, no, no, I'm just saying that I think when, like when I went, I think when we're gonna go visit a site, because, when a board member goes to a site, right, and Lauren always said to me, right, I mean, they take it very, very, very seriously, right? So I think just so that the president, so I think there's an importance in that. I think it's important for the board member to tell the superintendent that they intend to go to a site, and I think it's important that they tell the president of the board that they're going to the site as well, that's all. It's just a communication thing.
Go ahead, I'm sorry. When I think of going to site visits, I'm thinking classroom visits. I'm not thinking back to school night or the music festival or anything like that,
Oh,
because all five of you can be there at those events.
No,
This is just for a campus site visit, a specific visit, while the teachers are there, the students are there, right?
Yeah.
That's okay. I just want to make sure we were all on the same page.
Yeah.
right, so exactly, so it's a school site visit, not a school event visit.
Right.
Yeah, it says board members will inform the superintendent when they plan to visit a school site. Do you guys as a board want to add in the superintendent and board president?
Yeah.
Okay.
Then the superintendent can find the parking.
We'll take care of it. I guess one thing I wanted to bring up, and I'm not sure, again, so there was a code of conduct adopted at some point.
Yeah, well, yes, it was actually, it was a settlement agreement, right, that came from federal mediation.
So I'm wondering, is this an appropriate time to consider incorporating the elements of the code of conduct into our board governance so that it all remains within one consistent document? I mean, and we don't have to adopt the entire code of conduct since it came out of a settlement, but this was adopted by the previous board. And so if we're going to be talking about a lot of these code of conduct behaviors are consistent and even in addition to some of the protocols. So
it would make sense to me to incorporate that. I don't think it's a good idea to change it simply because, or modify it or take things out of it because it was an agreement that did result as, at the end of the federal mediation process.
right.
So it's up to the board if you want to fold that into this document.
So I guess I'm wondering if there are elements within the code of conduct that perhaps we might want to look at and discuss whether or not we would want to formally add them to the handbook or not. Because I feel like we're sort of under two different things at this point.
Go ahead, Michael.
I think you could effectively, at the end of the norm, number 15, say, follow the code of conduct. Or something to that effect.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because now you've just incorporated the entire code of conduct.
Yeah,
into that.
I like
And
that.
that's what you should,
Yeah.
it should be the norm, follow that code of
Right.
conduct.
yeah, that's true.
And I agree with Linda. I would not touch that code of conduct.
Yeah, and that's fine. Yeah, and that's I appreciate the lawyers in the room. So.
Actually, and maybe to put it, but follow all board policies and code of conduct.
So that would be added
Oh, that's
into,
even better. The board
Yeah.
policies, yeah.
so that would be added into as number 15 for the
Yeah.
norms.
So follow all board policies. And code of conduct. Thank you.
Because I do think there's a little more details in the code of conduct, so
Mhm.
instead of trying to add it
Right.
all in, that
Sort it
does.
all out,
Yeah.
we'll do
And
that.
then, yeah,
Okay.
that's great.
Yep.
And then, are there any other things in the protocols that you guys want to address? And like I said, because we kind of got a late start, you guys are probably gonna have to come back to this. I don't think we're gonna be able to
Right.
finish every little single thing on this today. That's why, but I wanted to jump to the meat and potatoes part of it, which were the norms and the protocols. You guys can go back and revisit the other part in a closed session.
And I think what we can do is bring back a draft with the suggested changes and edits and have the board, take a second look at that and go through the document again, just to make sure they're comfortable.
And like I said, if you want to send it to me, feel
Yeah.
free.
Okay, thank you.
It's not necessary, but I'm happy to look at it.
Okay. I have one question.
Hi, sorry for interrupting. So it's always important to remember that as we look at these board policies and protocols and norms, that we understand that this too is an agreement upon with all of us. But some of it is, very common sense in terms of like, you don't just drop in on a school site because it could interrupt instruction. But we also have to understand as board members, we don't just leave our hats at the door and say, well, now I'm a parent. Now I am a PTA member. Now I'm just here, to
We lost her.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I hear you now.
Okay. So did you hear the previous statements?
We heard up to you don't just drop your hat at the door and say, now I'm a parent.
Yes. And so as we look at that in terms of behavior, it's really important to just remember that the community is watching us. So as a board member, you don't have any other rights to interrupt instruction than anyone else. Like you have to make your appointments and go at a set time. But also it's the perception. If you favor one program, you only go to basketball games and you won't go to water polo. You only pay attention to the VAPA students. And so again, it's having that intentional understanding that what we do, our actions have not only implications, but perhaps consequences for the appearance and the unity of purpose for the board. So again, if our goals and objectives are clear, we're going to assume good intentions. We're all there doing the same things, making sure that things are going smoothly, supporting, but we also don't delve into the weeds so that we're not stopped every time we go on campus.
Lost there again.
Did you drop off completely? Okay.
Yeah, I just like to comment on this issue, actually, before COVID-19, anyway, that board already retired, but it is really difficult, all the time, we get the issue, complaint, So until COVID-19, the campus closed, then I think he slowed down, otherwise trying to get every opportunity to approach the teacher.
Go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say that I completely agree with the need to not confuse the roles, but I think that there is a desire from the community to feel that the board and the superintendent and the staff are accessible and present and engaged in what's happening on the campuses. And so I find it for myself personally difficult to be present and engaged, and then I may feel that I'm there in a certain capacity, but I can't control how they're receiving my presence there. So
You still have kids in the district?
I do. And so, and it was challenging this past year because I still had some PTA roles I hadn't shed. And so I've since shed those, which I am grateful to no longer be sort of have some of that confusion. But there is an element of the community wanting us to be present and engaged, and that's difficult to navigate because the lines sometimes feel blurry.
Well, let me give you some pointers on how to navigate that. I'm a parent, I'm also a board member role. When I became a board member, once I got elected, I did tell because I was, like I said, very, very involved parent. So I did tell all the committees that I was on that I would be stepping down from my role. I told them I will still be there to work Snack Shack, you know, for my shift for my kid and everything like that, but I will not hold, like I was president of the Booster Club and vice president of the show choir thing. And but I told him I can't be in a position like that. So I did step down, but I was still involved. I still went to the meetings because I was a parent. I needed to know what was going on. But I had a rule at my kids' high school. I told them, when I have on my cheer mom shirt, I'm here as a cheer mom. Do not come to me with any questions about anything else unless it's like serious. Then you can tell me. Other than that, I'm here as my daughter's mom. I'm here as Mariko's mom. When I had on my show choir shirt, I was there as Mariko's mom. You know, my son, he had just graduated before I got sworn in, so that one was easy. But I told them when I was there for ASB, I had on my ASB shirt, I was there as the ASB mom, and I would not address it. And I have to say, it took a little bit of time, but they respected that. And they wouldn't come to me with any, you know, hey, you know, we're in negotiations, or hey, this happened, or you know, our principal is this. They wouldn't do that. When I was there as a mom, they left me alone. They let me be a mom. So you have to speak up and feel comfortable and say to them, hey, I'm a board member, yes, but I'm also a mother. Tonight I'm here just to enjoy my kids' activity. And if you have something that you'd like to speak to me about, send me an email or catch me next time when I don't have on my whatever shirt. But feel free to say that. You can have a boundary.
Well, and I can understand that if I'm there specifically as my child's parent, but I'm like imagining a scenario where I'm sitting in a PTA meeting. I mean, the line gets really blurry.
Well, see, when I was there, I was volunteering for my child. That's how I looked at it. So for then, I was still a mom. When I showed up for Snack Shack duty, you know, I'm not here to chat about district stuff. I'm here to make hot dogs and nachos and sell all of that stuff. I'm here as a mom. So you have to be comfortable with telling them, but with organizations like PTA is one of the hardest ones, because if I remember when I was involved with PTA before I got elected, that was like where all the chatter went on. You know, you'd hear all the stuff about the teachers and the students and everything. And it's kind of hard to tune that out sometimes. So you have to decide, you know, can I keep that balance there, or do I just need to step out completely? But when you're there for like your kids' back to school night or your kids' music performance and their show and things like that, feel free to tell people, I'm here as a mom tonight. I'm happy to talk to you about, you know, the things, you know, related to the district at a later time, but I need to support my child tonight.
Is there a responsibility as a board member, though, to be present at those kinds of activities in order to be able to then communicate it with your superintendent and the board?
You don't have to tell the superintendent or anybody that you're going to those type of events. That's just you being a mom.
No, I don't mean that. I mean, if I'm in, say, a PTA meeting and something comes up and it's communicated, then at that point, I would have that responsibility to go back to my superintendent
Absolutely.
and my
So
board
you can
and
you could even use that one as an excuse and tell them and say, hey, keep in mind, you guys, if you're talking about something that happened at a school site that would alarm me as a board member, I have to tell the superintendent and board president about it. So you may want to be careful about what you say. Yeah, Michael?
By the way, I'm glad we have a little dialogue. Actually, I think again, I'm very happy to hear you mentioned about this. I share my experience. You know, for my first term, especially the first year, it's difficult. That's like you. I get a lot of support. Yeah, so I know the voter what they expect. You know, they want you to respond, or they want you to help and go through the school district, but in reality, you know, we have to gradually to get used to. I know this for both of you right now just several months, but gradually you need to figure out. Right now you're a board member. Yeah, you still the parent. I give you an example. When I'm the serve as the first time as the school board member, so Lauren even don't know who is the Patrick Chen. So one day, you know, I asked her, I working in the hospital, I have to ask my kids when they get home to take care of the grandma. So then I call the cell phone, and then in the class, then the teacher they take over the cell phone. So my response immediately I'm kind of angry. So I'm a schoolboy, but I said they the teacher to take, yeah. So I pretend I don't know because this is my fault, you know. I call the kid yeah, in the school, in the class, yeah. So and I understand because you know it's very difficult to become the school board member, especially for last 5 years, you know, too many competition. Yeah. So like my also is you serve as like a competitor for both of you. I know. So then look like we need to continue to get the support from our voter or the community. But when you become the school board, you get get used to and you mature. You know how you need to operate, and then the public they will know this is the school board are doing the job. I think the time is there will cast the ball for you. Otherwise, we always think about every day is like an election.
Yeah.
Because if we don't do something, and then you know the public voter may not trust us anymore. So I think this mentality I understand. Yeah. So but I think gradually. So see the after 20 years, you know, I do the way I think I can help the school district to help the kids. Sometimes, you know, they try to ask me to do something. I said, okay, I listen, but I'm my position is another position. I refer to superintendent.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Michael?
I kind of look at it as a, like, for example, maybe going on to a campus and talking with a teacher or something, or any other type of activity. It's really kind of an ethics issue to me. And it's very similar to how it may otherwise be a very minor thing, but elected officials cannot accept a gift, even if it's a $5 cup of coffee. And if the amount of gifts that you take over the course of the year exceed a certain amount, there's going to be a problem. Now, you may think, well, it's just a cup of coffee. Well, yes, but, and although we cannot necessarily control what the other person is thinking or viewing from that communication or that interaction, or what they want from that interaction, we need to anticipate what could be an issue. And so that's why we do need to make sure that, you know, it's not just one person one person on the board that's doing something, that there is integrity of the entire system by board president knowing, superintendent knowing, because they may be aware of other information that can then say, well, hold on, that might be an issue, and you can deal with that. So it's a way of not only protecting the integrity of the institution, but the board members as well as any issue or input from that other side that wants to give that information. There's nothing wrong with taking that information, but we just need to be aware that although we can't necessarily control what somebody else is thinking, we can try to anticipate and then make sure that we're handling that situation as safely and appropriately as possible.
Prevent yourself some problems later on.
And not just yourself, but more importantly, the institution, the district,
The board.
because
Yes,
that's what's
thank
most
you.
important.
Yeah, thank you. Great input. So are we okay with the protocols, the rest of the protocols, or is there anything else? Like I said, a lot of these are addressed in your board bylaws as well, like the email thing and do you guys
Sorry.
have any other questions on this?
I'm sorry, it's Nam.
Uh-huh.
I'm sorry, just so we're going on the last protocol, which is the topic responding to staff, you know, or community concerns or complaints. I just want to include, it's on the second and third portions, where it says, starts off, therefore, when a board member is approached by a community or staff member with an issue or concern, he or she will, the last bullet point says, then notify the superintendent of the conversation so that he, maybe we'll take that out, has the full picture and can follow through as appropriate and necessary. I would like to include, then notify the superintendent and president of the board and board president of the conversation. So, you know, that they have the full picture. And then one more on the regarding emails, it says, board members receiving individual emails will respond in similar fashion by thanking the constituent, blah, 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 will be forwarded to the superintendent and the board president. So the issue can be used appropriately. I don't mean to the board president. I mean, just carbon copy the board president so they know what's going on. And again, it is nothing to, just so that, you know, everyone knows what's going on, I guess. I mean, at least the appropriate.
Absolutely.
So
Yes,
those are the
absolutely.
two things. So one would say, you know, board president, and the other one would say CC the board president.
Absolutely.
Anything else on protocols? I'm gonna leave the rest for you guys to address on your own so that we can start talking about the goals, if that's okay with you guys.
So before we go to the next one, so Jennifer, you will come out the revised. So let us to review.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And I apologize, like I said, normally, you know, I wouldn't like rush you through this.
That's us, though.
But-
An hour we were running late, yeah.
So, but I think that the goals part is super important, and I want to make sure that we have some time to talk about it. I already have paper up here, I'm just going to use that. So, one of the things I gave you guys was the handout of your, what's it called? Hold on, the one-page handout that has your goals and your mission and vision and everything on it. I think I may have even given you my copy. Yeah, let me grab an extra copy for you. Yeah.
Does this include the changes that we made last time we had a board? Or is this just the one from before?
This should be the most up to date, right, Jennifer? The one that you. put in
That's
there?
the one
It's on the
that
board,
you emailed
Right.
me.
But we had a board meeting a few months prior where we discussed some of this, but we never really finished looking at it all. Yeah, we were never final.
Yeah.
So it doesn't include those.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so one of the things as I was talking to your board president and to Linda, that they wanted to make sure, and as Linda talked about earlier today, since she's getting ready to have a retreat with her cabinet, is that we want to make sure that there's at least some goals to before she meets with cabinet so that they know what they're going to be working on. But there's a couple of things I want to have you guys think about before you start talking about the goals. So keep in mind, as you work to develop some goals, we've been in a almost 2 years of a flux, a complete fog, a complete maze. We didn't know if we were going left or right each day that went by. The fog would come down deep and it lift a little, we get excited and it come back, and you know, we're going through that right now. So your goals that you set today, please make sure that they're realistic. That has to be important because we're not the same district that you were before. You're not the same, you're different, things are different. Everything is different. And so we have to keep all of that in mind we're still going to be going through a lot of changes in education for this next school year as we're, they're deciding on what type of testing to do. And, as the standardized testing, our funding, is it going to change? We got a lot of money during COVID. Is that, what's going to happen with that? And then just, are we going to be able to stay with in-person learning? Or are we going to find ourselves back into a black hole again? So we don't want to be unrealistic yet. We want to set goals that can be strong and that will be beneficial to our students and our district, but we also need to be cautious of not trying to say, hey, we're back, let's do all of this great stuff now. We need to ease our way back into this. We really do. We need to determine what's the priority as far as the focus, and that's where we need to go with just the priority. I'm a SMART goals person. So just a reminder, as we're looking at setting these goals, be specific, don't just put out generic things. Is it measurable? It has to be something that you can evaluate her on, that you can evaluate yourselves on as far as success. Attainable. Can we do this right now? Is this the time to take this on? Relevant. Is it relevant to what our students need right now? And then the timetable, as Shelley was saying, some of these things are going to be ongoing goals, and that's okay. We can have a goal that's ongoing and we're just starting it this year. That's okay, but keep that in mind as we move forward. We just want you guys to not get overzealous, I guess is the what I'm looking to say as we work on the goals. So the goals and objectives that you guys had before, leading edge excellence in academic, arts, and athletics, long-term fiscal health, technology integration, communication strategies. So let's look real quick before we go into the new ones at where we were. So when you guys made these goals and thinking about where you were at the time, which of these have you guys achieved? And I know several of you were not on the board. I know only one of you here right now was on the board when these were made. But what have you achieved from this list?
So
Angelina?
the category of
Angelina,
Yes.
I'm so sorry. No. And I agree with everything that you said in terms of us being realistic, right? And understanding, the changing environment and, for many, many reasons. And I know this is a total aside, but just because I know that, I just want to make sure that we understand that some districts got a lot of COVID money. I don't want it to be assumed that we got a lot of COVID money. And I hate to be that particular, but I just want to make sure that.
Yeah, I know.
Sorry.
Right. And thank you for clarifying that. That way anybody who goes back and watches this video knows. And the COVID money did not go to every district in the forms of millions of dollars. I think you're looking at the larger school districts.
Yes.
Maybe they got the millions, but I know lots of the small school districts, even my district, yeah, so I understand, and thank you very much for clarifying that. I don't want to get anyone in trouble. Okay, so out of these goals, do you feel, and Linda, Joseph, Shelley, you guys would be the ones that could speak on this. Do you feel like you've achieved any of these? And keep in mind that COVID, so it's okay to say no.
So under the category of leading edge excellence in academics, arts, and athletics, I think this may have been a goal that was set and established several years ago, right, Joseph?
Yeah.
And I think one of the things that that we have done is we added a humanities course, a partnership with the Huntington, that is a very unique opportunity for students. In addition to that, the Caltech class, which distinguishes our high school and sets our high school apart from many of the neighboring high schools. Those are two things that I would say are, establishing excellence in education, in academics. Because of the pandemic, we really haven't had an opportunity to, get into being innovative. In terms of arts and athletics,
Right.
Athletics was shut down.
So and a lot of the arts were too.
Right. Technology integration, we have done a lot with technology integration, and Dr. Choi can talk to you about that all night and all day. But especially with the pandemic, I would say that we have increased our usage of technology, and instructional technology because of the pandemic. So that's one area where I think that we have improved significantly over the last year.
Great.
If you look at even the access now that members of the public have to our board meetings because of Zoom. Many people are participating via Zoom as opposed to having to, you know, get dressed, get in the car and drive down to the district office.
Absolutely.
So we're more accessible via technology. And in terms of communication strategies, you know, that's an ongoing, I think, goal and has been for us for many years. But certainly we are doing things like the videos, and Dr. Wilson, our former superintendent, started to really focus in on being a more effective communicator with the public, reaching them in different ways. And so he started with the videos. And not everybody likes that platform. Some people would rather read information from the superintendent. So we're going to look at a communications plan that is going to address all of those different things. So that's for me, I think that's an ongoing issue. But Joseph, ma'am, and Shelley can probably talk more specifically about how those goals were developed and why they were developed. I'm just speaking from the perspective of our former superintendent,
Right.
who was talking about, you know, what he was trying to achieve with respect to some of these things.
So with that in mind, then, let's look at where are we now? And I don't have the best penmanship, I'll tell you guys that now.
So far, so good.
So right now, looking at where we are as we're trying to come out of COVID and we're trying to open schools and everything, let's talk about priorities. When I say where are we now, I mean priorities. What are our priorities? You guys can just shout it out. I know Shelley said emotional health of the students, right?
Yes.
What are our priorities for where we are now, is the question.
Yeah. And what was her other one? That,
Well, she was talking about aligning the all of
Standards.
the courses with state standards.
Well, she gave that as an example.
Right.
Is she back? I don't know if she wants to actually.
yeah, that's one of the ones she's texting.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to make sure that wasn't just an
Sure.
example.
Right. She did give it as an example, but you're right about that.
Can we, not just emotional health of students, but I think our staff and faculty. I don't know. To what extent are we responsible for our parents and our families of our students? I don't know.
I think that one would be a little broad because how can we measure it?
Right, so we just leave that.
Yeah.
where it is. Okay.
Oh, and then the line and standard, you remember, go ahead.
And I think an important one at this time would be identifying and addressing any type of learning regression or learner variability as our students begin to transition back into the classrooms. As well as identifying the appropriate professional development to support our teachers, our support staff, because they pivoted left and right over the last year when, you know, adjusting instruction in the classroom, adjusting for hybrid learning, adjusting for distance learning, and now we're coming back into the classroom for 100% in person. And so we really need to identify the supports that will be for our teachers and our support staff.
Go back to the learning regression and what was the part of it?
Learner variability.
Yeah, I think the variability is important because although there's many students that found challenges with COVID and distance learning, there are students that found opportunity and excel with a different type of learning model, a different type of delivery.
And we have seen some of that, even on the news, you've heard stories of parents saying that their kids were failing just because they had problems being in a classroom and, you know, not being physically there, and they've done really well.
We do have the independent study program that is just mandated.
Yes,
Anyway.
and we are knee deep in that.
Yeah.
So Victor is trying to get a handle on that, but things change every day.
The other thing, I know that we have another, in terms, speaking of mandates, we have a scheduling mandate for the high
The
school.
late start, yeah.
And that's, when do we need to implement that by?
Not 21,
22, 23. So, but I assume that means we need to deal with it this year.
We'll be negotiating the schedule.
So
for
that
22,
has-
23.
Yeah, because that has to be negotiated with,
So
the
would that
union.
fit as a priority, or does that fit as just something that is going to be done?
That's something we have to do.
Yeah.
It's sort of a mandate more
Yeah.
than a goal, right?
Yeah.
So these are priorities.
Yeah, these are priorities and then we're gonna turn them into goals.
I mean, I would think that it is a priority, would be, because if we're under a mandate, it's a priority to make sure we're fulfilling that mandate.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you could look at it that way. Yeah, yeah.
My only concern, I'm sorry, my only concern with putting that on there is these are goals. They're not requirements we have to do by the state. So, and the other issue is having to do, it has to be negotiated. We can't really say or do anything until we can figure out what we're doing. And so this isn't something, I thought this was a list. Angelina, is this a list of our goals or what we are required to do?
These are our priorities right now of what we have to do. These are
Okay.
our priorities. And then we're gonna, from here, we're gonna look at our priorities and say, okay, now what should our goals be? Based upon our priorities, what should our goals be?
Okay, so then we do want to put everything that is specific that we're required to do by the state?
Well, let's not go crazy.
That's gonna be that's gonna need more paper.
Let's not go crazy.
That's what I'm trying to say, Angelina. Where's the defining line there? Where's the defining line?
We don't want to cross into that too much. Negotiations is always gonna be a priority.
Right.
So that falls under priority, so I'm gonna say negotiations here, because that's always, gonna be a priority.
Okay, and then is this too general? Because I think a lot of it is, and I'm not talking about, how to deal with learning regression in terms of maybe getting, the cost of that and all of that, but just, I'm worried, just a goal in terms of how, how best to navigate, state mandates that will come down, whether it's, through health or masks or whatever is that. Now, is that too general? That's not really a goal, right?
General, yeah.
Okay.
Think about it, how you can tweak that to add it into something instructional.
Okay.
Yeah. Anything else that you guys feel like is like something that you all have to focus on like immediately? Like this has to be like, I'm talking within the next 3 months, something that we really need to have a focus on. Is there anything else you could think
I think
of?
that continue to monitor in the COVID-19 compliance. Because right now it's an uncertainty, Yeah.
I'm gonna finish that, writing. I think one of the things that I would like to see is discussed would be how to re-engage with the community after coming back from,
That's actually a good one.
because we're coming back from a year and a half of really weird, awkward interactions. And I think there will be variability within that too. Some people still aren't even there in terms of being in person either.
Right. So are we good?
There is a discussion in the community because of COVID-19 and because the cancel for SAT. I think that the parents they are thinking how to address for college admission issue. So then right now look like nobody ready to get an idea. Yeah. So how we want to address this issue to the students?
What is that one again?
Families.
Academic advising around college and academic advising around, I don't know what. Post, I guess it would be college and career readiness, right?
Yeah, there you go.
Because it's all changing.
And that would encompass our teachers, our administrators, our parents, our students, everyone under that.
Okay, I'm gonna stop us here so that we can now work on goals. Keep in mind, I'm gonna put this over here so we can refer back to it. Keep in mind, you guys, that, again, we don't want to have 50,000 goals, thank you. We want to make sure that we have goals, remember, specific, measurable, attainable. You know, we want to make sure that we have things that we can do within this next year. Because this is what you're gonna measure your success on, this is what you're gonna measure your superintendent's success on. So as we look at the things that we just talked about, if you guys each had to pick one that was most important to you, that you feel like this must happen within the next, you know, we have to start addressing it with immediately, what would you say?
There's one thing I feel like is missing from that that's really important, and I hate to, you know, add one more thing,
Okay.
but the long-term fiscal stability
Oh,
of
no,
our
that one is
district,
important.
because without that, we have nothing. And we're declining in enrollment, so we need to, you know, really manage our resources very effectively. And we had talked before about a plan, putting together a plan to increase reserves.
Yeah, no, that one is important, happy to have that one.
Thank you.
And it's not as though we're setting aside any goals and objectives we already have, like, you know,
Right.
we have academic excellence still as one of our goals.
Yes.
These are all.
Right.
So thinking about, right, like you guys had 4 here before. So I would not go over 4. If you go less than 4 for this year, that's even okay. Because we want to have stuff that we can really focus on. And if you put too much on your plate, things are not going to get done. Because as I said, there's still going to be so much going on that we don't know yet. There's still so much we don't know as we come out of COVID. So let's start with one goal and let's write one out. What do we want? Tell me a goal that you guys feel like has to be started on, has to be addressed like immediately.
I keep hearing over and over and over from parents, from students, from faculty, administrators, that the social, emotional health and well-being of our students and staff is critically important coming back on the heels of the pandemic. People are tired. The board has had to hear, you know, from people via public comments during meetings that teachers are weary, you know, stressed out, just exhausted from having to shift to distance learning. And now they're having to come back and, you know, reinvent the way that they're providing direct instruction to students. And so I feel like we have to also recognize that our students have been somewhat isolated for long periods of time. And there could be some, not only learning regression, but social emotional development regression, or it just hasn't been addressed. And so we have students who have been suffering from depression, from eating disorders, for all kinds of different things now that weren't present prior to the pandemic. Anxiety disorders, you know, several things like that. And, you know, I'm hearing reports from teachers that, you know, it's affecting them as well. And they have to be there for our students.
Right. So specifically, what do you want to do?
I'd like to see us develop a plan to support the social emotional well-being of students and staff.
Hey, so Linda, you've set me up on that. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. So social emotional, what does that look like? What can we do in terms of planning? So it's easy to say we have learning loss, or we're trying to mitigate learning loss, and we're trying to address that the kids have been away from us for 15 months in terms of being in person. But what does that look like? Is it about intentionally planning throughout the day where we can have the teacher, we can give permission for the teachers to take the kids outside and do an activity regarding the environment, or on the playground, can we take breaks from some of that? And so it's being intentionally and really looking at the mental health and the needs of the students. So if we're saying there's a number of students that are struggling with depression, or they're struggling in focusing on learning, because before you're in your living room or you're Zooming in your bedroom, and now you're back into the school setting. And some of our high school kids are now, back to an 8-hour day. So what can we do to help offset that? And that will also address and help the staff in understanding that we just need them to connect with the students. We need them to be welcoming. We need them to understand that it's not just putting them in front of a computer and doing drills and saying, okay, we're going to mitigate your, your lack of understanding on verb conjugations. And now we're going to put you on a program and doing that, because we already did 15 months of being in front of a monitor. So when we're talking about addressing that, does that mean it's smaller group learning? Does it mean our staff is pushing in more? So our staff is then looking at, if I was the counselor, I'm going in and I'm talking about behaviors that we want to remind the kids of. How are we, polite in the playground? How do we address conversations in the classroom? And those things have to kind of be revisited. And the counselor can come in and have those short conversations and push in, whether it's a kindergartner kid who didn't even receive in-person instruction last year, and now he or she is sitting in first grade, versus the 10th grader who's now a little bit anxious because he or she is starting to look at APs, exams, college applications, and all of those things. So what services can we make sure that the kids are getting, whether it's a small group, extended learning time? How can we help and support the teachers? Who's going into the classroom to address some maybe grade level concerns versus social emotional concerns, versus what kinds of information is important to them, because they lost a whole year. So if I was a 10th, 11th grader, that would be a concern to me. I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah, I need to stop you for a minute, because remember, today we're here to set the goals. The how, that's what Linda is going to work with cabinet at their meeting. If we try to sit here today and tell them what we want them to do, we need
No, I don't want to. I'm just saying, I'm just supporting social emotional learning.
No, we have it up there. So, but the how is going to be on them. So right now, I just want to make sure that it's a good goal. So the specific part is develop a plan to support the social and emotional well-being of students and staff. Now, how are we going to measure? Can we measure that? How are you going to, guys are going to figure out a way to measure that, depending upon what you're going to come up with?
I think one of the ways is through the number of referrals.
Oh,
at the
that's a
beginning
good
of
one.
the year as compared to the middle as compared to the last, part of the year.
So, again, attainable it is, because you guys will come up with a plan, and then you guys will determine on, how that's going to look, and then you guys will, I'm just going to say, yeah. When a plan is developed and training on implementation is provided. I've also turned into a horrible speller now that I use the computer.
You're not alone, I think.
And then we have to go down to the last two. So when we look at the timeline, and we look at the, now I can't remember what my R stands for, relevance. The relevance, I think, is obvious, is that we already know that the students have these concerns and the staff as well. So this one is just, that's obvious. Timeline. Are you looking at this as something you're gonna accomplish within this year? You're gonna address it immediately? So we're talking immediate.
Immediate and ongoing.
Yes.
Immediate and ongoing.
And I
I
think,
like that.
well, and I think also it's important to note that before COVID, some of these issues were already emerging.
Oh, yeah.
And so I think we have to be careful to not only look at what happened because of COVID, but what were some of the issues that we were dealing with before COVID that may have been exacerbated, or maybe were put on pause, and we'll come back maybe with a fervor because we've been gone for so long. So maybe in that case, when we look at our data, you know, like I can imagine needing to go back further and everything becoming kind of muddled too. So
I think that's a good point. If you look at some of the challenges that you traditionally always think of in any grade, particularly middle school and high school, things, for example, like bullying.
Yeah.
Well, you may not necessarily suffer bullying as much when it's all distance learning.
Right.
And now you've got kids that may have been victims of that are gonna have some anxiety and are gonna have some real issues thinking, I'm not sure I want to go back to that problem.
Yeah.
So what I did was I added over here previous and current, so that you guys will know that you need to address both. Okay, so let's move on because we're running out of time. Okay. So roll number
By the
two.
way, the number one is one including for the student health. Like for the phobia issue, you want to create another number two.
I think it can go under this umbrella, right? Social, emotional.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't really talk about physical health.
well, I think there's the anxiety and
Yeah.
everything that goes with it.
Well, that's where you guys, when you meet with cabinet, that's
Yes,
where
we
you
can
guys
go
will be more
Define it.
specific.
Yes.
Because remember, you all are going to be the ones that have the upfront knowledge.
Right.
Because you're in communication with the principals and the teachers and you know what they've been telling you guys is going on and what they've been seeing. So we want to make sure that that information that's provided, that you guys are going to get all that together and you guys will put that into your plans, into your details.
I do think Joseph is bringing up a good point though. If you just add the word physical along with the social and emotional, that right there will encompass all COVID compliance. And then that's where the administration goes and sets up.
The reason I mentioned this, I think that Dr. Cho, as a compliance officer, I think we can relax right now. Your committee need to stand by and the monitoring the LA health and education, either what kind, because as the health background, I review a lot of articles, look like it's very pessimistic, they are coming back. So we need to have a preparation in case we may need to close again.
Okay, so now you need to add student, staff, and administrators, because now we're depressed.
Hey, your well-being is important as well. So we want you guys to be healthy as well, and we want you to be okay. So we're good. Okay, so number two. So our first focus is on the social, emotional, physical well-being of the students and staff. What's our next thing that we feel like we need to address?
I think the next thing is the learning regression and variability, because that's where what it's going to take from where we currently are with these physical, social, emotional challenges. What is the result of that, which provides us our current situation, and then how are we going to address it?
I'm wondering if that fits under a more broader
And I don't know if we go broader or if we stay specific, just it would be helpful for you to, guidance. But academic, I'm just wondering, it's like addressing academics in a different way. I don't know. I'm not, because I feel like everybody learned how to learn differently for the last year. And that's part of the variability, and then some people didn't learn well, and that's part of the regression. I'm wondering if we're talking about professional development for teachers and staff, if that also fits under this concept of addressing our academics. But I'm not quite sure what that goal looks like.
Well, let's go to the S, the specific. How would you state this one? How would you state this goal?
On this one, I think that what we would do is specifically, we would begin with an assessment tool.
That's what I was gonna say. How do we know which ones are where?
Right.
Yeah.
We have to assess any regression that exists, and then we would have to develop a plan to address it.
Develop a plan, use the same language.
We would have to apply like an intervention plan for those specific students, right? Lena, and this is your area of expertise. So
Yeah,
are you
and
trying
as you're
to-
talking about,
yeah.
I'm trying to
Yeah.
find it in my mind, it almost, like the diagnostic, yes, 100%, I agree, would be really to assess student performance, because that would really encompass the learner variability piece too, right? Those students who need remediation and those students who need like, acceleration.
Right.
And then from that data, then you would develop your supports and your programs and your structures, which would include the work that we're doing with UDL and MTSS. And I know that's later down the line. But that would just be the next logical progression. And I'm almost seeing it as a broad goal. And then our job as cabinet is to create the sub goals that would be more specific under each of these goals.
But to Jane's point, I really would not want to leave out the importance of professional development for teachers, because teachers are the ones that are going to have to address any learning loss that exists, and they need to learn too, right? So we do have a lot of professional development planned for them this year under your direction, and the UDL and MTSS components are so critical, and we had started that before the pandemic. And then we weren't able to finish it. And we believe that will really help us minimize, the numbers of students that are identified for special education. And there's just a whole bunch of important stuff that happens, with successful professional development. So can we somehow make that goal?
So do we want to include professional development in this one or
have a separate one?
Because think about it, maybe it should be separate, because
Okay.
you're not only going to have to give the teachers professional development to address learning loss and everything, but you're going to have to give them professional development on how to address the social emotional
Right.
well-being of the
Right.
students.
Okay, so let's keep them separate.
Yeah.
If that's okay with everyone, we'll just keep it separate. Okay. Yep.
By the way, I want to remind administration, I think in the meantime, for the last 5 years, some of the parent group, they are asking about the CDE or the due enrollment and the AP.
Yeah.
And even the superintendent already left. But I believe those parents they still remember. So we need to go back to look at the Dr. Wilson promise. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is that we are continue to carry on. Otherwise, I think the community people will think, oh, every couple of years you guys keep changing this, but end up we don't see the concrete achievement. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so
Right.
one of the things that we, staff would really like to pursue is the medical arts program.
Please, temporarily not talk about.
Yeah, we won't go there, we won't go there.
Let's finish the CTE.
Yes, okay.
Okay,
Well-
really, I really,
Yeah.
even CTE and due enrollment may not be my priority.
Sure.
But since they already mentioned I 1 week finish this, otherwise,
Yeah,
you
well,
know.
and the CTE, I mean, medical arts could follow the CTE.
Yeah, so I think for the next week, you know, you are retreat, you need to talk about
Yeah.
share the goal, what is the action plan, and because it's almost another year.
Right.
I
Yeah.
And I think, I'm so glad you mentioned that. I think that's an important thing to remind ourselves.
so I think go back to the last 12 months, see what promise we have, and then we need to
Yeah.
catch up.
Well, and just, you know, to kind of explain a little bit of that.
Yeah.
Dr. Wilson's first year was to, you know, really focus on resolving a $3.5 million deficit because we had huge.
Well, that one
issues.
we
Yeah.
we think that we resolve, but okay.
Yeah.
So,
So I'm just saying that he wasn't able to do all the things that
yeah,
he would
but
normally do.
eventually, I think the curriculum, we haven't,
Yeah.
yeah, I think the parents, they will continue to.
Sure. The second year was dealing with the pandemic crisis, so it wasn't like a usual typical year where you can develop a strategic plan and goals and then, but we'll go back and look at that. That's a very good point. We certainly will look at that, and I'll send something out to the board just to refresh everyone on what the outstanding goals were. But back to you, because we have to get through this process, right?
Right. So, okay, so for number 2, then we have learning regression and variability and learning loss, aka, and then we're gonna measure this through an assessment that you guys are gonna have to develop a tool. Just the only other thing I want to look at is timeline, because you're gonna need to assess these students pretty quickly in order to know who needs what. So are you confident that you guys can develop a tool that you can use at every level? Or is there something already that you have that you can use at every level so that you can get a quick understanding and a quick measurement when school starts of seeing where all the students are at?
We do have tools that our teachers use TK through 12 right now, however, they're not universal. And we are in the middle, we have a diagnostic review committee at the elementary level. So far, we're starting one at the secondary when school begins, and teachers have an opportunity to settle down, because we do want a universal screener that will provide us longitudinal data as well as immediate data, so that we can track progress, whether students move from one school to another, or just from one year to the next, to determine if our goals and our programs are effective.
So do you think that you would have an assessment issue to the students by the end of the first month of school or the end of the second month? How long are we looking at? And I hate to put you on the spot, but I just want to make sure that it's realistic, because if it's going to take 5 months to get the students assessed, it's not completely realistic, because that's 5 months where we haven't even addressed the goal, because we don't know who needs what.
The goal of our elementary diagnostic review committee is to have something in place within the first 2 months of school. That's our goal.
And then for middle and
For
middle
middle,
intermediate high school.
I'm not able to provide you with this timeline because we haven't even done that work with the secondary level yet. Although they do have their own diagnostic assessments, depending on the content area, that they'll be able to utilize in the interim.
Okay, so they at least have some idea of where the student is. Okay, that's my thing. I just don't want this to be dragged on and then we're not addressing, you know, the issue because we don't know where they're currently at. Michael?
I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying. Are you saying that within, for the lower grade, within the first 2 months, it being in place, meaning it's ready to start, or within the first 2 months, we're hoping or planning to have an assessment of every student in the classroom within the first 2 months?
We're hoping to administer the diagnostic assessment, the universal screener, within most likely the second month of school. That's our goal.
Okay. Like I said, I just wanted to make sure that it's a realistic goal, that there's something that we can, get done before then. So the next one I already put up there, is the professional development for all staff, and I included in parentheses there
for themselves and how to support students, because as we all talked about, some of them may have lost loved ones during COVID. Some of them may have been impacted by it themselves, where maybe they had a case of it that was, significant, and they're still suffering from, symptoms from it and things like that. So they may need it for themselves as well, but then also they're gonna have to be able to support the students also. So when we're looking at that professional development, and like I said, I'm not holding you down to anything, just to get some ideas to make sure that it's a realistic goal. Are you looking at that something that you would find organizations that you can contract with to come in to do that? Do you have your own resource center in your district that you guys could do that? You're in charge of that too? You're in charge of that as well? So you have your resource center staff that could do some of that training and some of that emotional support and well-being assessments for the students and staff. And we're not gonna hold you to just trying to get an idea, make sure it's a reasonable goal.
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have a staff at this point,
Okay.
in our resource center. But what we have done, thanks to, our entire cabinet support, is we've reached out, we've partnered with the County Office of Education to try and secure some, cost-free professional development. So we just received a 2-year grant with Lakewood for Universal Design for Learning. So we're super excited about that. We're also utilizing the expertise within our own teachers who are experts in certain areas, who have been trained, for example, in PBIS or restorative practices. And so we're looking at utilizing them to also help provide professional development or support within their schools or their colleagues. And we have an optional professional development day this coming Friday, a week from today, where we're offering our teachers a menu of different professional development sessions that focus on social emotional learning, educational or instructional technology, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and English learner support, as well as students with special needs supports, and how to best support all of those students in the classroom.
And so now we can measure this by attendance at professional development as off, that part's obvious. For the students, how would you measure success on this one? Referrals again?
Academic performance, yes, diagnostic assessment review, marks, grades, progress reports.
Okay.
To what extent are counselors participating in any of that? Either academic counselors or mental health counselors?
Well, mental health counselors are leading some of our sessions, so we're super excited about that. Our counselors, I know they have professional development throughout the day. I don't know the city counselors, so I'm not sure, but I do know that they do have professional development throughout the school to support them as well.
Because I'm wondering if that gets addressed, that addresses some of that college and career readiness issues.
I would think it would absolutely.
One suggestion I would have for you guys are really close to Cal State LA. You might want to see if you can partner with them for some of their graduate students, their counseling graduate students that have to do hours. And you can get some really good people, and you can get some of that for free.
So and just so you know, our wellness counselor, Tonya Handy, she has an NFT. And so she is partnering with universities to supervise interns on our campus that are providing counseling services to our students.
Yeah.
So that is very, very helpful.
Yeah, any of those things you can take advantage of. It's a great way to get, excited, gung-ho people in there that want to work, want to get the experience in, and you get it for free. So, yeah, so I check with Cal State LA as well.
If we have any of the training and workshops that are geared towards college advisors, right? Because it's all changing. So that would fall under that as well.
We are up to 3 goals. Do we want to put a 4th? And remember, again, this is what you're measuring yourselves on, and this is what you're going to evaluate the superintendent on. So far, you're going to be evaluating her on getting social and emotional support for students and staff, making sure that happens, on learning regression and variability, and professional development, and getting that going for all staff.
What's gonna be your next one, if you have a next one?
Can we just keep the long-term fiscal health on our goals and objectives? 'Cause
I think that's a great one.
I really do.
Yeah.
That, we can't take our eye off that.
Yeah,
one.
because you've just made progress on that, but there's
Right.
still a long way to go.
Mhm.
But you know, the long-term physical health actually in your next week of retreat, you guys not really can do anything because as I mentioned, the money is there already there, like the parcel tax. You are not able to increase the another extra. Unless we can resolve for the enrollment issue. So I think that the long-term fiscal health, I think that probably will be more like school board and superintendent issue, not the school side administrator.
Well, they do though need to be involved, and I'll tell you why. It's been my experience over the years that if you are a principal, you are protecting, your school side, and that's what they should do, and that's what they do, and they do it very well. And they protect their resources, which any one of us would do if we were in that position. But when you're declining in enrollment, you have to be able to look within and say, okay, we need to have a staffing plan that is commensurate with the number of kiddos that we're educating. And so you, as a principal and your assistant principal, then need to look at your master schedule and really figure out how you can, revise your schedule to accommodate fewer students. And so we have to have them as stakeholders engaged in that process. We have to have them thinking about it, planning for it, and working toward it. Otherwise, if we just tell them at the end of the year, you're going to have to, you're going to lose 10 teachers, it's a shock to them. They're not prepared for it. And it becomes this big morale problem. It's an issue. It's not good. So that's why we feel strongly that we have to engage the school site principals in managing their budgets, preparing and planning for the future. When we have that enrollment cliff in 2022-23, that's when we're going to get funded on our P2ADA once more. So we just want to make sure that all of the stakeholders, the internal stakeholders, are working toward the same goals.
Let me ask you guys a question, sidebar this real quick, just because it is important, because it is part of your fiscal health, is what has led, in your opinion, I know every district, I have not talked to a district that's like, yeah, we're overflowing, we have so many students, we don't know what to do with. It just seems like that's the norm right now, decline in enrollment.
Yeah.
Do you think there's anything specific that has led to decline in enrollment in your area?
Well, there's multiple factors. We're a very expensive community in which to live. It's really costly to purchase a home here. That's one factor. Another factor is we have a lot of homes that are sitting vacant in the community. And so they're not being leased, they're not being sold. That's inventory that could be available to young families moving in. There's all kinds of other factors. There's a lot of people who are choosing to move to Texas, to Arizona, to Idaho, to Tennessee. We just lost a board member to Tennessee. As a matter of fact, he took his family there. So we see a lot of people moving out of the state of California in general. And in San Marino, we don't have any condominiums, townhomes, apartments. So it's single family residences. So it's not easy to move to San Marino. And I think, the other big issue is, of course, we're a very high performing school and, very rigorous education. There's just a lot of reasons. I don't
So the
know.
main focus is just there's no kids in the area.
I would not put all of it on that. I think we've lost, there's an increased competition among public and private schools where we're losing some of our own students to charter schools, to private schools. I'm not,
We have for years though.
yeah, we have,
Yeah, that's not new.
but I think the impact of it, in addition to losing people to out of state,
Yeah.
I think that the combination of those
Sure.
factors. So can we do more to retain our own students? I think would be a question we have to ask ourselves. And I think we're trying. We've been trying to implement more programs, but it's been difficult.
Yeah, and especially if you don't have the enrollment, then that decreases your funding, and then you don't have the money to implement new programs because you don't have the money.
And we're a poorly funded district. We have a very low unduplicated count. So we don't get the same level of supplemental and concentration grant monies that other districts do.
Oh, yeah.
So on top of us
absolutely
not
for this
having
area, yeah.
the enrollment revenue, we also don't get the extra money that many of the neighboring school districts do. So I agree, Jane, we need to find ways to retain students who actually reside in San Marino. And we are, excited about the opportunity to work with the board on ideas around that. And staff has been talking, and we have a lot of very creative ideas.
I see Joseph's point that part of the long-term fiscal health issue is a board issue, deciding things like parcel taxes, deciding things like facilities bonds, things like that. However, I can also see the point that student retention, finding out if there's some sort of plan that can be done to keep students in and minimize declining enrollment. I think there's parts of those that are completely out of the control of the administration, but I also think there might be some parts that could be used or could be implemented to help preserve that, as well as making sure that on the spending side, things are appropriate. So that long-term fiscal health also can be addressed with spending, not just.
And I think I'm thinking about what can we control. I can't control how much the San Marino Schools Foundation raises. I can't control whether the parcel tax passes or doesn't pass. But we can control how we manage the resources within the school district, and how we manage our resources is so important, and we have to have all hands on deck for that.
Angelina, could I also say something?
Absolutely.
I'm sorry, and I hate to be the school teacher that's correcting stuff, but I do want to address what Linda said about the issue is simply declining enrollment. The city of San Marino has never had more than single family dwellings, right? We haven't had multifamily dwellings. And so that's why people come to San Marino. So that's not, for me, the reason why we have declining enrollment. The attractiveness of our city is that we have single family dwellings. So that's not the reason that we've, like I said, we have declining enrollment. We've never had multifamily housing. And so, to the extent that we can, we'd like to keep it that way. But again, that's not our decision, that's the city. So I just want to be really clear, that's not the reason for declining enrollment in terms of that particular factor.
Yeah, I didn't mean to say that. I just meant that it's hard. It's harder to move to the city of San Marino from somewhere else unless you have the resources to purchase a single family home. It's easy to move into a community, when you can just move into an apartment or a condo, but it's much harder to move into a community like San Marino where it's very expensive and there are only single family homes. That's what I meant to say. Not that that was a cause of.
I just want to be really careful how we address that.
Yes, well, that's not what I intended. So thank you for bringing that up.
Well, I mean, keep in mind, even my district, on the Roland Heights side versus the West Covina side of our district, the West Covina side has more apartments, more kids, definitely way more kids on that side. On the Roland Heights side, you have people who have lived there for a long time, and they're just not moving.
Right.
So the inventory, like with San Marino, the inventory is low. The cost of housing on that side of our district is very high.
And at first there were, multiple generations living in one home, which kept kids, but now that's not even happening. And the other generations like, I'm not moving, there's no room for anyone else, so there's no new kids coming into the area.
And we were just talking to the South Pasadena administrators, and they were saying the reason that they have not been declining in the past at the same rate that San Marino is because they have apartments. And so
Yeah.
people, are able to move in and out of those apartments a lot,
Yeah, the north side of our district has lots of apartments and a whole bunch of condos.
Right.
So we get higher number of students from our north side of our district than we do from the south side of our district. So, yeah. So,
And if we can get those homes freed up that are, not being leased or sold, that would be inventory that young families could move into.
I think we still have to identify along with this, though, the same way we look at grants and free training and things like that, are there other programs where are there other financial incentives that we can tap into in order to increase the programming opportunities and offerings that we might give? For example, are we looking at, TK expansion? Are we looking at the other programs? Maybe this isn't a goal for this year, but to start thinking about what does long-term fiscal health look like in terms of offering programs that are going to attract and retain.
And I think that's something you guys are going to have to start addressing is enrollment more in what you can do and and really look at what the cost is, look at the numbers and see how many left the state, how many, that by records being transferred. Did the records get transferred out of state or did they get transferred to a charter school? You'll know that. So you guys are going to have to take a tough look at that. Michael?
I think what would be good, particularly for today, is obviously the fiscal health is important. So it'd be great to hear, going through that exercise, well, what do we all think the staff and the administration could do to achieve that goal if it was their goal?
For the fiscal health?
Yeah, like right now, what would the plan be? What would?
We're all eyes on Linda.
Yeah, okay,
Because, I'm sorry, because then we can determine whether or not it's in fact their goal.
Right.
Right, that's fair. So to obtain or attain long-term fiscal health, I think that you have to have a healthy reserve for those years when things get tough to get you through. You have to have a staffing plan that matches your enrollment. If you're overstaffed, that is very, very expensive.
Hi, I want to bring us back to what Mr. Chang had reminded us about revisiting the programs and the goals that have already been in place and making sure, are there some of those that we want to continue or some of those we want to leave aside? Because I just feel that there is just too much on the board, and I'm equally guilty of just sharing all ideas, but I just want to make sure that we're focused on what's achievable and not, a wish list of all our things. Thank you.
Well, I think we did go through some of those before because the first question I asked when we started the process was, out of the goals that are from last year, which ones have you addressed or felt like you achieved? The technology one, that one was probably blown out of the water just because of COVID. There was no choice but to address that one. And then the leading edge excellence in academic arts and athletics. Arts and athletics were put on hold pretty much because of COVID, but the academic part had started to be addressed, but that's still up there as a goal. Long-term fiscal health is still up there as a goal. Communication strategies is the only one that we did not keep on as a goal. And one thing too, is we did acknowledge your comment about some of these being a long-term goal. That is going to take more than an ongoing one, and that is the long-term fiscal health is going to be a long-term goal because that's going to be a forever thing going on for a while.
I guess
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think some of the struggle I'm having with this is separating out what are short-term goals versus long-term goals? Because some of, like, the
Well-
learning regression, that's an immediate short-term goal in front
Yeah.
of us, but it fits under the umbrella of long-term academic excellence.
And I think that it was made clear that that's a priority. Am I
Right.
mistaken?
Right.
Everybody did
Yeah.
make it clear that that's a priority. We want to know where these students are at today and how can we find out where they're at as soon as possible so that we can start to address it as soon as possible. Because the one thing is, you look at long-term physical health, the one thing you don't want to do is just start throwing money at extra services and tutoring and student support when you don't even know what they need yet. You got to find out where these students are and what they need so that you can then say, okay, we're going to put some money over here for, TK through 6 to, address this, because this seems to be the common theme. In middle school, this is what they're needing. In high school, this is what they're needing. So that one is priority, and definitely an immediate one. The physical health one is long-term. That's going to be ongoing for the rest of your lives. I don't think that one's ever going to fall off.
So I guess my question, I'm sorry, so is there a short-term goal nested under that long-term goal then, that we can put as,
That these two
or those are
would be
two?
the short-term ones.
Okay.
To establish a reserve once you know what's going to come of the parcel tax, right?
Well, we have, the parcel tax just passed.
Right.
The renewal on June 29th. So we're good for that one for 6 years.
But do you know how much it's gonna be?
We do, although the number of senior exemptions makes it vary, and those keep
Right.
coming in. So it's usually around 4.1 million.
Okay, so then you can start to look at, okay,
Yeah.
how much of that can we allocate towards reserve?
Yes.
And then the staffing, that has to be immediate, because as you get ready to prepare for, March of next year, you need to know.
Right.
What are we looking at? So these are her two short-term ones.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then for the professional development, they were already starting that. You said you even have a training coming up, next Friday or?
Friday and Monday.
Yeah, so they have to be coming up already. They received some grants. They've already reached out to their county office of education for free training, to see what they could do there. So I think that all of them pretty much are going to be addressed pretty quickly here. Now, this is my thought, and you guys, it's your district, your board, you guys can just decide. I think you have 4 strong goals right here. I would not add anything else to the plate immediately, because as Linda moves forward to meet with cabinet in the next couple of weeks, they're going to have to sit down and develop a plan on how to address each one of these. And while they have started already, like on the professional development one or the physical health one, they have started on those. Number 1 and number 2 is going to take a lot of work and a lot of planning to come up with something to present to the board to say, this is what we want to do. This is where we're at, and to make sure that they give you guys constant updates on where they're at with that. Those are going to be very time consuming. It's going to take up a lot of staff time to make those 2 happen.
The elephant in the room that I'm kind of realizing here too, is we don't have a permanent superintendent. And so we do need to, I mean, if we're talking like priority, that's a huge priority of needing to figure out where we're at in terms of our administration and our leadership, because we have an acting superintendent wearing 3 hats. Figuring out what we look like as an administration and leadership and staff, when we talk about staffing and when we talk about what our plan is, that's something that we haven't even had, and we can't talk about it right now. I'm not saying we
What I
talk
was
about it
gonna
now.
say is, what I suggest you guys do is you agendize that as a closed session item, so that the board president is present, and that you all 5 of you need to be present to have a discussion on what does your timeline look like for that. And, I'm sure that Linda would like to know the timeline as well.
Right.
So I don't think, but that's something that the board takes takes the forefront on that part of it. Linda is not as involved in that process, mainly other than giving you maybe the name of the phone number of the attorney, because obvious reasons, no conflict of interest. So that's something that the board president needs to lead the discussion on that. And that is, as you say, something that you guys need to address. And it's not an elephant in the room. It is something that you guys have to do. You can't just leave her in limbo and, and leave positions vacant forever. That's something that you guys have to make a determination on how you're going to move forward. But thank you for bringing that up, because that is very, very important. So what do you guys think? Are we good on those?
When in the beginning, when we talk about the four goal, so I'm kind of confused. I thought we try to revise this, but I end up like we are working this, and then help the next week your history retreat. But I think it's very important next week after 1 day retreat, and you guys have a collective thinking and come out some conclusion. I think the board will very happy to know, and then is that doable or not doable with our limited resource or unlimited resource. So I think that's very important. To be honest with you, the next week to me is very important to examine, the current, the history ability. She can go to the next step. Yeah. So that's my comment.
No, you're right. And after they have their retreat, then Linda does need to communicate with the entire board. Hey, here's a summary of what we came up with, addressing these 4 goals of what we're going to do. And then know that you as the board need to reiterate to her, okay, these are your goals. This is what we're setting forth for you. This is what we're going to evaluate you on. And this is what we're going to, as a board, evaluate ourselves on, as far as, did we do what we're supposed to do? But you as a board also, my question would be to all of you, is looking at these 4 goals, do you guys have the resources, and are you guys willing to support her in what she needs to do in order to achieve these goals? Because remember, that's a 2-way street. You can't give her a goal and then say, yeah, there's really no money for that, but figure it out. You have to be able to be willing to support her. So Linda's going to have to tell you, this is what I'm looking at as far as financially, and you'll have to be honest with them and say, hey, for this social emotional well-being, we looked at the cost of what it's going to take for us to have staff time, for them to be able to talk to students and do referrals and all this, and it's going to cost us this much more money, and we don't have quite that much, but we have this much. So you need to be honest with them as well, and let them know if there are any barriers, any roadblocks to being able to achieve that. So after they have their retreat, she should be able to come back and communicate that with you. The same thing for the professional development. Again, that's a funding thing. So do we have the money to provide all the professional development that we need? Yeah, we've looked into we've got a grant. We, talked with the County Office of Education for free training. We already have something scheduled that's taken care of. But what about long-term? Do we have the money to continue to provide the professional development that we feel that these students are going to need? And then with the learning regression, that's going to be the biggest one. Because are we going to have to pay teachers to stay after, for those extra hours to tutor these kids? Or are we going to bring in other tutors? Or are we going to have to provide weekend workshops? What are we going to do? And how much is that going to cost us? So you as a board are going to have to be mindful to what she tells you the cost is and the time that's going to go into it to make sure that it is realistic. And if it's not, then you guys might have to tweak some of them.
I think the board and also the community is looking for what the school district can come out, something. So
Absolutely.
this is just like the last year after the election, you know, everyone is waiting for Biden speech, you know, what speech and deliver to the citizen of the United States. So because I'm the one, you know, in the community to go to all the angle. So I want to have, you know, the school district rebuild the confidence from the community.
Right.
So that's very important. We have a short goal or a long goal, but right now I think the short goal is also very important. That's like because we are the unified school district, so we have a group of the parents. They are staying in the elementary, so that probably is easier if Dr. Michael Lin and Elena Paul, they can come out in rich program and the student happily every day. I think that probably will reach the parent goal. But for the high school, for the from the sophomore, junior and senior, I think that those parents is very anxious right now. You know, they are looking for
Absolutely.
what they can help for this one. They want to hear. Yeah, even my son already graduated 34. I tell you every day, the parents they are asking the help. Can you help me to find the internship? Because you work for another organization, so we need to, you know, build up the student profile. Because they say, oh, right now there's no SAT and only the GPA. And to talk about the GPA, I want you guys to do a study because they have the two groups. One group think, you know, the division chair, they control the GPA. They think they need to continue to be very rigorous, not to give the high GPA. And then some they tell me because compared to the neighborhood school district, our GPA is kind of low, so that affects their college admission. I don't know which one is true. I think that in terms this is a specialty.
Well,
I think
no, not a specialty.
so
right?
those
That's all right.
real issue. I think you need to know. Then we can satisfy the very demanding the some of parents, you know.
One thing to keep in mind, Joseph, is just because you have 4 core goals, just like you had the 4 on here, these weren't the only things you guys were focused on.
Right.
These are just the ones that you're saying, this is going to be our primary focus right now.
Right.
And this is what we're going to evaluate the superintendent and ourselves on. That's all this one says. In addition to these goals that you put here, you guys still have other things that you're watching. You're still looking at, I mean, the college and career readiness, that's on the dashboard now. You guys have to pay attention to that. You have no choice. So those things are still being addressed. These are just saying, hey, you know, you need to look at certain things and focus on, like I bought a house, I'm remodeling my house. And I have to say, okay, based upon the money I have in the bank, what is my priority? I have a long list of everything I want to get done, but I had to pick out just like 3 things that I could afford to get done right now. So that's what you guys are doing is like, okay, what are some immediate things we need to address right now that are at the top of the list? But the other things, you know, I'm still doing little other projects in between, right. But I have 3, you know, well, 2 major things that I'm focused on.
But most important, I think the school district, the staff, they get the school board fully support. Yeah, it's very important.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah, I understand what Joe's saying. You've got student families that have been in this district for 10 years, and they are 2 years away from college. they've been putting a lot of time and effort into getting their child into college or into whatever path they're going to be 2 years from now. So that is an extremely urgent, immediate concern of those families. And so I do think, the importance, I think, of this exercise is we map out different priorities and goals, and then we say, well, you know what, maybe number 2, dealing with the learning regression and variability, that's one component of, however you want to frame it, academics or whatever, because the other part is not just college readiness. Are these kids actually going to be ready when they get into college, but getting them into the college, the actual admissions process and all of that, so sort of broadening that part out, because there's a whole portion of that community that is very concerned on that right now.
So is it a concern about the application process, the SAT? Well, they don't do that anymore.
Well,
no, they do, but they do.
How do you get into college right now?
Yeah,
Do you
so
know
you're just
taking
saying
it-
like, they need more information sessions and things like that. So that's something that could happen should be happening at the high school levels, that the career counselors and stuff should be guiding. So they need to step that back up now that we're going back in person, having the college fairs and things like that. I know we tried to have a virtual one. Yeah, it just wasn't the same. So, yeah, so I see what you're saying, but just get those components back together, like maybe have some of the colleges come and do a night about financial aid and how to apply for financial aid and what it looks like. And then maybe have somebody come from different schools and talk about the admissions process and things like that.
Yeah, merging, making it maybe a bit of I understand it's different from the regression and the variability, but that sort of tells us where our kids are right now. That then immediately leads to, and so from where they are right now, this is how they get to where they want to go. And so it's that, I don't know.
Yeah, and I hate to use the word easy, but that one is easier to address because that falls on the high school and their staff doing what they should be doing on an ongoing basis. That's not something new that should be happening. That is something that should be happening on the regular on a high school campus. I know if it didn't happen at one of my high schools, I'd be very upset. But that's something that should be happening on the regular. So that's just more of asking a question to the principal and the APs and the counselors and saying, hey, we have inquiries about this, and this, and the board also have concerns about this, and this. What are you guys doing to address it? Give me an update, and then they could report out to you guys on what's happening, and maybe just more expectations need to be provided to the site to say, hey, this is something that's a concern for the parents and the students in our community. And as we're coming out of COVID, it's even more of a concern. And so we need to address it because there has been a lot of changes in the college admission rules for like the Cal States and the UCs have had a lot of changes in the last 2 years. And we want to make sure that the kids know about them so that they're not left out. So, I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying, Joseph. So maybe that's something that you need to just direct to get, an update on that, on what they're doing, and then tell them it's an expectation of the board that this is happening.
Right.
Like sooner rather than later, because November's coming really quick.
Understood?
Yeah. Any other questions, thoughts, ideas as we wrap this up on this part?
I kind of want to, I think this goes in line with what you were saying, that as much as these might be the sort of short-term and long-term priorities we're identifying now, I think continuing some of the other programs like the college and preparation, all that, and even continuing the communication and community engagement, needing to make sure that we're still doing those things and not letting those things fall by the wayside, even though they're not identified in these four, they sort of become these pieces. So the only thing I would be concerned about would be, again, putting a lot of stress on the staff because our staff is so lean.
Right.
So, I think on that note, I don't want to, as a board, put so much on you and then not give you the capacity to be successful. It's not fair
And
for
that's
us
important.
to say, do this, do this, do this, and do this and this and this, and then now do it all for, you know, half the amount of money it actually takes to do it. So, you know, while balancing fiscal stability and responsibility, trying to find ways to be able to still support you with resources and capacity, as well as the rest of your school site staff to do that too.
And that's important. And I'm glad you brought that up because I think sometimes that as board members, we forget to take a moment to think about all the things that a superintendent and cabinet has to do. Because I know I would fuss at my superintendent all the time because I'm an early bird. So I would have my calls with her at 7 o'clock in the morning and she was driving to work. And then I would drive by the district office at like 7:30 at night and her car was still in the parking lot. And I would call her and say, why are you still there? You know, go home, use the order, you know. But those are things that you do have to watch out for your superintendent, because if they get burnt out and then if they're no value to you, if they're overexerted and their emotional and social well-being starts to fade. It is a tough job, and you know that when you accept it, but there has to be some kind of balance where you're not living at work, not for anybody. So thank you for bringing that up. That is something that's important to think about. But I think that the 4 things that you guys picked today, I think that they're a good solid 4 for your district. I think that they are all attainable and measurable. I think that it's going to take a lot of planning. The one thing that I just want to reiterate is that the communication needs to be there. Whether you give reports at a study session or in the Friday letters or you know, in closed session, if it's a closed session item thing that you need to address, like something fiscal related or something, whatever it is and however you give it to you, just need to make sure that your board knows what's going on, because they're going to go off of what you tell them or what you don't tell them. And then if you don't tell them anything, they're going to assume you're not doing anything and that there's no progress being made. And that's not a good outcome for anybody. So you have to make sure that you're keeping that communication open with them. I know that when it comes to superintendent evaluations, there's some districts where they only want to do 1 per year and that's it. Just talk to me if it's one day. There's others who do a check-in point after 6 months to say, hey, where are you at? You know, let's look at these goals and tell us where you're at, so that they can have an idea. And it helps the superintendent as well to be able to say, okay, take a time out and do a self-check and say, this is where I'm at on all of these. So that's something that you guys as a board and the superintendent will have to determine if that's what you want to do or not, or if you just want to do the 1 per year. So you guys will have to talk about that. But I think that your goals are pretty solid. I think that they're attainable. It's like everything right now coming out of COVID, it's going to take a lot of extra work, but it's important. It's important work, and especially the social and emotional health one. That has to be forefront of everybody's mind right now. I have twin nieces who started kindergarten online, like you were saying, and you know, they haven't been in a classroom. I'm like, I'm not even their mom, and I'm freaking out over how they're going to act when they go to a classroom. That's new for them. So we're going to have to take all those things into consideration as we move forward. So I'm glad that you guys are so concerned about that and so focused on your students, and especially on your district's fiscal solvency and health, and making sure that you are able to continue to provide the best education and services and programs for your students. I'm also glad that we got through most of the norms and protocols and everything to talk about that board and superintendent relationship. But I'm especially happy that we talked and spent a lot of time talking about that unity of purpose, and just addressing that and how we work together and how we talk to each other and how we act in our community, because that's one of the main things that can create a successful board versus unsuccessful board.
And I think that you guys can do a really good job together. You guys are gonna grow together. And as you guys are now starting to be in person, I think that's really, really gonna help with the relationship building and getting to know one another. Because we've all come into these positions for different reasons, the board and all of you that work in education. We've all come in for different reasons. But as we get to know each other and know what those reasons are and know what each other's passions are, it makes a big difference. It helps us to understand where this person comes from. There was a board member that had was always fighting for the meals at the sites and everything. You know, it was just that was so important for 3 years. Everybody's like, oh, here we go again with the free meals. But then, you get to know these people and you know about their childhood and their struggles and everything, and you start to understand why that became a passion of that person's, and then you have a different perspective on it. So just getting to know more about each other personally, as well as your, hobbies, fun things you like to do, concerts, just having those conversations just really helps the board to be able to build a better relationship, a more cohesive relationship. And I'm so glad that we're going to be able to have boards meeting in person again so that you guys can develop those relationships. And that's going to help your board to move forward a lot. You guys have a great team, great board president. I really enjoyed my time talking with Shelley, getting to know her perspective of the board. Joseph, hopefully you'll be around for another 20 years so that you can keep that institutional, because they need that history. You're the historian of the board, to let them know what's worked and what hasn't and what problems you guys encountered in the past and why. And you're the problem solver for that. So you guys have a good mix, and you have new blood, you have new fresh ideas, and people who are gung-ho and willing to get in there and, really support and work for this district. So it's been a pleasure to work with you guys today, and I hope that I get to cross paths and work with you guys again at some other point and see what kind of progress you've made. So any other questions, comments, things for me?
I'd like to thank you. Your facilitation skills were superb. You came in, not at the time we asked you to, but you were flexible about coming in late and later than we wanted you to, and you just hit the ground running, and I think you've done a beautiful job there. So thank you so much.
No worries. When you said that you guys were having board training, I know how that goes. Because I was one of those people as a board member who was always saying, well, I have a question about that one. So I was like, I don't think an hour is going to be enough for that. So I totally understand you going over. No big deal. We still got through everything. I hate that I had to, skip a couple of things, but hopefully you guys still got everything that you needed today. And if not, like I said, shoot me an email, and you have a question, shoot me an email, and I'm happy to respond. So that's it. Oh, and one other thing, I'm going to leave evaluations for you guys. I will leave these for you guys, and then I will give you, for the 2 board members that aren't here, if you guys can fill them out, and I'm sorry, I forgot the name. Jennifer, if you guys can give them to Jennifer, and then Jennifer, you can just scan an email and copy at some point, that would be great. And you guys know CSBA is always here for you when you get ready to do your board self-evaluation. Let us know, and we're happy to help you with that process as well. And any other workshops or anything that you need assistance with, we're happy to help you.
Angelina, thank you so much.
It was nice getting to know each one of you and see where everybody is, at with everything. But yeah, I like you guys' focus.
Welcome back to in-person training.
Angelina?
Yeah.
Thank you so much. It really was wonderful, and you sped it up, but you listened to us, and it was very informative, and we are very grateful you were here for us today.
Thank you. It was so nice meeting all of you guys, and thank you, Jane, for cheering me on for my first in-person. I feel like we've all been just
hiding away from the world. So I have to say, I was a bit nervous coming out, like, wow, am I gonna be able to get through this? Am I gonna remember what to do?
Angelina,
Yeah.
hi. Thank you so much for today. Just on point, and you were so wonderful in the leadership of our discussion, and just kind of circling around and summarizing and getting us all to a really good start and a really good spot. So thank you so much.
Oh, thank you. You know, I still am one of those people who believe that people who get on a school board and people who work in education, I work in education, that we do so for a reason. We definitely don't do it for the money. So we do this because our heart is in it, you know, and that we have a passion about it and we want to serve, we want to give back. So I still enjoy, even though I'm not on the board anymore, I enjoy giving back in this capacity. So thank you. And like I said, hopefully our paths will cross again.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm gonna
Thank you.
you guys.
Shelley?
I'm gonna just put them back on your thing.
President Ryan,
Yes.
want to adjourn the meeting?
Hello? Yes.
Want to adjourn the meeting officially?
Joseph has the gavel.
Oh, Joseph, you have the gavel.
Joseph has my gavel.
No, I get to.
Someone dropped the gavel, but that's okay. Okay. 3:15. Oh, 3:15, the meeting adjourned, I guess, since I'm the clerk, right? Yeah, thank you.